Um, well, I'll drop a marker here. This is going to be the Final Fantasy 15 Windows Edition and Royal Edition any percent no ring tutorial. Today's date is May 22nd, 2021. So this will be probably the most current. We're going to show off a few tricks that I don't even do in the run. I'll explain some backups, some variables. That's all good, Hiseo. But I'm Kios Little Monster. I've been running this game since, I want to say 2018, 2017. I don't know, whenever, pretty much like a few months after it came out. I've been on and off on this game for a while, but consistently first, second, or third place. But yeah, I'll roll through, like I said, chapter 1's going to be pretty long, but I'll at least get some of the basics down. I'm just going to load in a save file here and we'll go from there. Am I going to be running Replicant? Maybe. There are glitches in Near Replicant already. I just personally don't think I'm going to take the time to learn the new one. It's honestly like an hour slower than the original. Which beyond the fact that it literally has almost zero chance of getting into any marathon. So yeah. Anyway, we're gonna load in here to chapter 3. The important thing is there will be written notes eventually. There are kind of sloppy shorthand ones that I use that are available on www.speedrun.com/ffxv. And there should be a resource for the load remover for PC. But hey, welcome to the game. We have our input viewer down on the bottom right, so it should be just legible enough. The first thing you're really going to notice about this game is we jump to go literally anywhere. Jumping is a very fast form of movement. What up, Oculus? It is, trust me, it is extremely faster. It's well over 10%. I have the split. Well, I guess we'll just time something. I just need to get the boys out of the way here. I also need to find like a good straightaway section. Let's go from here to all the way up the stairs over there. So get ourselves set.
Can't get it out of my head.
So jumping is not always the fastest here. About just under 10 seconds. I'm just still trying to get a feel for how to do this stuff. So 10.6 versus running. You'll notice running's a lot slower, promise. Even with the PC being a little bit janky. Man, really? Is it gonna make me do that? I think with just the physics settings, jumping might be a little bit slower in certain parts of this area. Yeah, it's definitely lagging, that's for sure. And that's also probably on my PC end. There we go. As long as you're maintaining decent frame rate, it's much smoother. I have done timing on console. Jumping is literally 10 to 15% faster. So just get used to jumping everywhere. It will be faster, I promise. Occasionally it won't be because of those weird load spikes like that. With PC, I normally run with the FPS counter and the system memory and GPU stuff up. As you can tell, my computer is in a cranky mood today. That's okay. I have a whole lot of stuff going on in the background. As per usual, running the avatar and the input viewer and all that stuff, sucking up some system memory. Let me see if I can do anything about that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually just kind of reset everything here with my Chrome stuff, and I'm gonna turn off hardware acceleration really quick. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna crash all of my appreciate it though. Okay, yeah, so there's big difference already. Much smoother. Anyway, there's that for you. I'm trying to think of any other things. If you can't jump or you're worried about it, just roll. Rolling's a little bit faster, at least the first roll. Continuous rolling is slow because you have the get up animation. But if you're trying to get out of dialogue quick and you can't jump, you'll see us roll. Always an option. Trying to think about what else we potentially have. Oh, you'll need to learn this trick once. For the sprint glitch, I just turn the stamina bar on in the settings, turn off tutorials. But basically what you're looking for is to get it like right about halfway through the S, let go of the run button, which is circle, and then
Another headache.
push it again. You get a little refresh and a little boost. You'll use that in chapter 13. It's literally it. The only time you ever really need it. What else do I have to share regarding like just the dumb basics of this movement? I guess options, combat, I always stay on active. This will be for normal. I forgot to mention that, whatever. That's how I run it. Graphics, pretty much everything turn the fuck off. Controls, I just run type A controls. If you really want to, you can flip this. I do have a little trick for like interacting with stuff. As you run this, you'll learn like sometimes you can long press X and you'll interact with stuff. Or if you time your jumps properly, you can avoid it. Now, in a situation like this, obviously roll through it. But yeah, I'm gonna still interact with chat as normal. But yeah, let's get going to it. We go back to title, we'll load into chapter 1, and boy, this is going to be a long fucking day. I really hope everyone enjoys it. I know this is going to be way less viewership than me pushing for a world record run, but hey, it's about time. I know people will be asking for it, so look, I'm trying to be ahead of the game for once. It's a miracle, right? But yeah, how is everyone? I hope you're all doing well. It is a beautiful Sunday here. It's about 90 degrees, pretty damn warm. Yeah, so I don't remember the old guide because I have not watched it because I haven't had to. But yeah, let's see what we can get updated. Yeah, the VTuber tag. I can't use it till next week. But welcome to my hot tub. All right, so here's the deal. My screen is going to look different than yours if this is your first time doing it or you haven't beaten the game. That's part of the cool thing. This is going to be on normal. Obviously, you want to skip tutorial. If you're running on PC, the load remover, basically you're going to start the timer pretty much as soon as you confirm that you're going to skip the tutorial, and you will notice that the timer will start and then stop. You make sure you have your timer set on game time, and then if you want, I run an RTA timer underneath it. The game time, which is the top time there, the one that's not moving, is going to be the time that you want to submit to the leaderboard. Yeah, the chapter 2 rides are different. We'll talk about that. There's a whole ball of wax. Most of the stuff that I'm going to be covering is pretty advanced, so take a caveat, take a warning on that. Like, I'll be doing a lot of stuff that you just don't have to, unless you really want to go for that world recce. So yeah, you know, pick and choose your strategies as you would like. I'm really annoyed that my model is like having horrible mouth tracking today. I'm not sure if that's me or something else. It's probably because I'm sitting here sideways like an idiot. Yeah, chapter 2 ride is different, chapter 3 ride is different. The strategies going into chapter 5 are also different, and I'll also document our chapter 7 strategy. We might see a couple save and reloads here along the way. Anyway, very simple, jump straight forward, and then this pretty much, you don't have to do anything. Again, with PC, you're going to focus a lot on saving frames as much as you can, especially if you're streaming this. Like, my computer specs are a 3070, or a Ryzen 7 3070, and a 3070 FTW3, 32 gigs of RAM, and an overclock on the GPU, and I still struggle. Pizza's done. What I do coming out of this cutscene is I'm already holding R2, which is the accelerate. this scene you want to get moving as quickly as possible. Pretty much anytime you are in the car, you want to be just holding R2 constantly. You want the car to keep moving forward. You want to be able to make sure you are at maximum speed. I'll probably take the time here to mute the audio really quick so we don't get this copyright strike. I'm going to turn off desktop audio. So after this, someone remind me to turn that back on, please. Skip the cutscene here. So the car. There is going to be a lot of talking about the car and movement involving the car. If you'll notice, D-Wins pointed this out yesterday, who's been doing a lot of work with the back end and hacked PC run. Turning it this way is not going to affect my actual pushing the car speed, but my frame rate is literally maxing out at 120. We frame rate limit this to 120, and you know, that's just for some sort of consistency. But yeah, this game is pretty heavy to run. The load remover at least helps a bit to level the playing field. Not everyone has like, you know, thousands of dollars to throw at their computer, especially right now with the GPU prices being absolutely absurd, like insanely absurd. So you can run this with my old setup ran this, which was a 4790 and a 1066 gig. A lot of strain though. You probably want to run it windowed and a little bit smaller. But the car movement is super important, at least when it comes to world record strats. I will preface this that 90% of the drives in this game, you can actually just let the car do its thing. It is faster. Good job, D-Wins. It is faster. How about that? Basically, if you're learning this run, you don't do any of the driving stuff in Chapter 3. Use it as a break. Trust me, you'll need it. There's a whole lot to go on. Cutscenes, basically, I just skip them the second the screen comes back from black. There are a few audio cues where you can skip a cutscene early. I'll point those out. They're very strange. I don't think I'm going to keep the timer running. But any questions, clarifications so far? Can everyone see like the input viewer and stuff? I'm just going to kill the timer. I just wanted to show off how it works. All right, so we are dropped in the world. Your first movement here is just going to be over to Cindy. You can just kind of mash through it. Really simple. She just gives us a map, basically, for whatever reason. Coming out of this, I like to rotate the camera to face the hunter. Again, just kind of so you can get it in quick and easy. You're going to interact, mash circle to back out, and then X to mash through the dialogue. Neat little trick here. In order to get this, I jump right in front of Cindy, hold X, and then mash circle. What that's going to do is it's going to close the pop-up, but because we're holding X, we're going to interact with Cindy 90% of the time, and we just immediately jump into dialogue. We're going to go right here. It's the fastest dialogue option. Everything gives us 1,000 gil. It's just this is the fastest. Once the camera zooms in, you can skip this cutscene. All right. First differentiation. If you are running on console, you're going to press X, mash X 5 times. There's 5 dialogue boxes you need to clear. On PC, it's only 2. So just try and remember that. 1, 2. Now, the first thing we're going to do is menu. This is pretty important setup. We're going to go down to gear. And what I do is I just mash through this, slide right, Ragnarok on right side, Blaze Fire Saber on bottom, move over to Mage Mashers, and then I go down. It's so weird trying to dissect this slow. Let me just do this quick. Okay. So it's going to be right X, down X, Mage Masters to the right, down, down, up, up. X for Magitech Exosuit. Then we're going to equip Warrior's Fanfare and Blitzer's Fanfare on Gladio and Ignis, respectively. What these 2 items are going to do are they're going to give us extra AP as we finish battle. And the last thing we have to do is Ascension, and we're going to slide over to Chain Fury. Boost damage dealt when unscathed during chain attacks. So basically, the longer we take damage and we don't take damage, the more damage we do. It's not much, but it definitely helps get through the first part of Chapter 1 as quickly as possible. Phew, goddamn. I need tea already. All right. Coming out of this is the beginning of open world movement. We're just going to jump, and what I do is I try to swap over to the Mage Mashers as quickly as possible, sneak in that Warp Strike, time my jumps. Right when I get about here, I'm going to hit both the joysticks in, which is going to give us first person mode. If you notice, the reason for doing that, and you'll see me do it a couple times during the run, is in first person mode, there is no item pickup animation. Seems stupid, you know, you're risking it, but it does save a second or two or more over the course of the run. What I normally do is I open up with 2 Warp Strikes over here, and my goal is to finish the fight on the right side. I want to get to that point warp because it's closer to the direction we want to keep going, and we don't have to cut across our body and across this giant telegraph pole. The main goal in this like succession of fights is to make sure that we do not run out of MP. You want to be always above 0. This fight, again, you'll notice in the mini-map up top there that there is a little exclamation point. The easy way to know when this fight is over is that exclamation point will go away. I like to hit this rock, again, it's closer to the direction we have to go. The other important thing to remember is that you want to be doing jump attacks with Ragnarok. If you are in the air, you will not get blindside, and you will not get blindside link. Those will slow you down, and if you kill the last enemy in one of these fights with a blindside link, you will not have the opportunity to use a point warp at the end of the battle. Which means, well, congrats, you're out of MP, so now you can't move as fast. If you're particularly slow, and you're just learning, I would recommend using this Warp Strike here. I use this for routing for the level 1 run, but landing a Warp Strike there gives you 10 extra AP early. This could be really handy, I promise, especially if you have trouble with Bloodhorn. Me, whatever. I live with it, live without it. To be honest, my goal with Chapter 1 is I want to be finished this fight before that timer comes up. You may or may not be able to, but that's kind of the goal. All right. So what I normally do here is we're back to the daggers for movement. We're going to do 3 Warp Strikes. We want to be roughly around 35 to 40 MP, like right in that kind of range when we get to this area. We're going to have the dogs. The dogs in the shack can be a little annoying. If you'll notice with my inputs, I'll occasionally lock on to stuff. Lock on is going to be really huge, figuring out your fight technique and how you like to take on fights. I sometimes use it just to kind of recenter knocked or pick my next target. I guess we should do a little bit of tutorial about that. There are 2 strategies here to this area. You can go left. Let me see if I can bring my mouse on screen. You can go left. I can't. Yeah, anyway. Yo, what's up, Dees? So there's a little barrier over there to the left, which is a little bit safer. So Ignis generally won't interact with you until you cross this road that you see that we're a little kind of path in the grass there. So doing this is faster by about 3 to 4 seconds, but you can get grabbed. It's one of those things, basically, I jump holding lock on, and whenever I see a target catch, I just immediately Warp Strike. Avoiding interactions in this game is super important. We actually have Ignis skip coming up. So the best way to avoid interactions is to just keep moving really fast. So not terrible there. At the end of combat, I swap over to Mage Masher. There are quite a few ways to do this skip. I just go with the way that works for me. It's been fairly consistent. We'll save here. I'll try and walk through some of the ways that people do it. Again, I said Chapter 1's going to probably take an hour. I was not kidding. At least we have... Oh, Foy's going into a Bailey house. Foy is going into the Berry house. I see that fat booty. Anyway, just mash straight through. And then as soon as the camera then zooms in on Dave's faces, you can go ahead and skip it. Yeah. We'll take care of it. Cutscene skip. A lot of time you'll notice the game will go from like that widescreen letterbox, and once the bars go back and it comes into full 16:9, that's your skip. Me, I adjust the camera to face up here. There is an item literally right in front of us, so I roll to avoid it, and with the camera manipulated up like that, the game doesn't see the fact that there's an item right in front of you, and it doesn't give you the option to pick it up, meaning you can just truck right through. This is another gear swap. So we are going to go down L1 to fire, and then down to, and we're going to swap to Royal Raiment. Royal Raiment is a very important outfit we're going to be using a lot in this run. The reason why we use it is because it increases our maximum MP, and it also increases the rate at which it regenerates. We'll use this a lot for any section of the game where we're going to have to use a lot of movement. So my goal coming out of this menu is I'm going to roll, jump a few times, warp strike, jump a few times, warp strike. And I'm basically going to time it so I end up on the front porch of the area. We're going to warp strike over a down telephone pole. The second my feet touch the ground, we're going to warp strike again, go over the fence. And then what I do is I aim to shoot over the top of the tractor to stop Ignis from interacting with us. We used to use a strategy where we went straight through, and that's kind of inconsistent for me. If you really can't get any of these techniques going, you can do what I refer to as the very, very old strat, but it'll always work. I'm going to open this up here. If you go directly forward, like not just basically like right where Ignis is standing, if you go straight through him, there is the other side of the road, there is a tree, and there is an item on the ground. If you pick that item up, Ignis will not interact with you no matter what you do. For some reason, it breaks the code of the game, and Ignis will never stop you and tell you about camping. All you have to do is get over there, pick up the item next to the tree. I think it's a Leiden pepper or a sweet pepper. I don't remember which one. Anyway, I'm going to show off this Ignis skip movement. Yo, what's up, Asha? So, warp, and then I double tap and roll through, and that's perfect. That's it. Once you have pretty much gotten your feet on the road, there's no chance that Ignis is going to interact with you. Okay, while we're here, I'll explain where that item is. It's actually back over here by that tree. It is very slow. You will lose a lot of time, but you will not lose as much time as having to stop and interact with Ignis. It's a nightmare. It's about a 15 to 20 second time loss. Normally I have different, my MP values are different, but I stopped to show this off. Normally, by the time I hit 28 MP, I'm close enough that I am going to be able to do 2 warp strikes. Again, a lot of the movement in this is maximizing your potential movement. So I think it's like right around here. And then I'm going to swap to fire. I'm going to pause here because I hate Bloodhorn. And there are a couple of things to know about Bloodhorn. Bloodhorn has changed in the way we operate with it. The goal here is to cast a fire, grab the point warp to the left, warp strike with Ragnarok, and then finish off with the engine blade. The important thing about the engine blade is that when you kill an enemy with engine blade, it gives you elemental magic back. We need the 16 elemental magic that it drops. It gives us lightning, which means we can make our Thundara or Thundaga in Chapter 2. If you mess up, there are ways around it. Excuse me. The backup strat is menuing in elementalism early. I do it right before the car drive. And that hopefully gives you enough that you can pull like 82 to 86 lightning, which is still enough to make your Thundara or Thundaga, but you're going to have to do the math on it yourself and kind of feel it out. But yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens here. Hopefully it goes off the way it's supposed to. If not, it is what it is. So basically what I'm going to be doing coming out of this cutscene is I'm already holding lock on, and I'm just basically going to mash circle. And then I'm going to slightly turn the camera to the left and swap over to Ragnarok, which is right on the D-pad, while holding triangle. It's a lot, but don't worry, the input viewer is there. That is not what I wanted to do. So I immediately made a joke of myself already. I mean, this will also work. It's just a little bit less damage. But hey, we got it. We want to go over there. You can go to the right. It's just less consistent for me, and it takes longer. As I mentioned this, I'm now going to start doing this so I can just get more runs going faster. Bloodhorn has been an absolute thorn in my side over the past few weeks. Anyway, this dialogue is going to be mandatory. You just kind of mash through it. Basically, this is just Cindy saying, like, hey, you got some extra car skins. Your dad left it for you or whatever. And just mash through it. Who cares? Okay, so coming out of this, the next thing you want to be doing is mashing R3. Pretty much the second you can move Noctis, return to rest point. Almost halfway through chapter 1. Whew. I roll out of this cutscene because if you try and jump, Noctis just doesn't do anything. Then we're going to jump our way over here. It sadly does not line up perfectly, but I try and move away from the gas pumps. You can accidentally get into dialogue there. You can just kind of roll through it, skip that cutscene. Again, pretty much all mashing at this point. Any questions so far? Very important. If you did not get the 16 lightning magic from Bloodhorn, you need to confirm on the left dialogue option, especially if you did not get the warp strike on the final battle with the Reaver Tails. If you do not, you will end up short AP and your run is over. You will not have enough lightning unless you get, for some reason, ungodly lucky, but I think it's statistically like less than a 1% chance. So pay attention. If you did not get the lightning from Bloodhorn, which means you did not kill it with the engine blade, or it died from fire damage, or one of your party members stole it, you have to take the left dialogue option here. Me, I got it, so I'm just going to mash straight through. There's literally like no difference. But if you didn't, basically you select refuse. That's going to give you 2 extra AP. That will give you just enough by 1 to get it. So I'm going to simulate like, hey, we didn't get it, and show you where it is on the menu. It's going to be elementalism. It's the first up on the magic tab. So we're gonna go and pretend to do that. We're just gonna mash through Ignis here, and basically, so pretending we didn't get the element or the AP that we needed. Just gonna do Ascension really quick. Go all the way over to Magic, and we're gonna take the first one, Elementalism. You'll notice right now I'm short because I didn't take the left option. I didn't have to though. Anyway, we're going to interact with Regalia, quest location, errand prince. If you are not going for world record, oh God, no one told me to turn the desktop audio back on. So I've just been sitting here talking. Anyway, now we have game audio. I apologize, I'm an idiot. Well, failure is always an option for me. If you are just new to the game, not going for world record, just let the car drive itself. Please, for the love of God. It'll make your life easier.
Hammerhead is like no
I'm going to show
ever.
off the advanced strats here.
One would expect no
I'm actually going to pause here because we have a lot to talk about with the car. So the way the car works in this game is it's like this weird kind of auto drive. But if you get too close to another vehicle or another vehicle gets too close to you, you'll slow down, stop. All sorts of weird things can happen. Practice driving the car. I promise you, if you really want to get like supreme times in this, get comfortable with the car. The car can only go in the game, quote unquote, 60 miles an hour or whatever. That's whatever the speedometer shows. The car will never go faster than that. So if you have an object that is traveling at a fixed speed over a certain distance, and it cannot go faster, the only way to make it go faster is to shorten your actual route to it. I like racing. If you're familiar with any form of motorsports, obviously the shortest line is the fastest. You want to hit your corners at the apex. So looking at what we have here, try and break it into straight lines. So the fastest line I can take between where I'm at right now and the horizon is right at that fence post, pretty much almost top center of the screen. So I want to cut across the double yellow, or the dotted yellow line here, and try and just be as straight line as possible. Shout outs to Nier Automata for really jamming this into my brain. What other notes do I have on this? There is menuing you can do. We'll get to it. I'll try and slow it down as much as I can. Another thing to behoove yourself. There is a global traffic timer. So I can, I've been running long enough that I can tell what kind of pace my chapter 1 is on based on where the other cars are in existence. What's up, Akai? Where they are moving. So for me, if I am getting to this point and there are no cars visible, that means I'm running on what would be on PC load removed on a 26:16 pace, 26:16 to 26:21. Learn to read these vehicles. There is going to be a vehicle, if you're on pretty okay pace, that there is a car that will turn in front of you. So that's why I recommend, unless you're pushing for world record, just take the time to menu and review your notes while you can. Don't worry about it. I'm literally only saving maybe a maximum of 2 to 3 seconds with some of the stuff in this chapter, maybe up to 5. But it's really look, I'll put it this way, unless you're going for world record, first, second, third place, it just ain't worth it, dude. Take the time off, reset your hands, review your notes, and just get comfortable. This run is super, super comfortable, and I really recommend just doing, just going with the flow until you decide if you want to kill yourself for it. Yo, having a clean place is super awesome. I hate cleaning, but when I do it, man, do I enjoy the after effects of it. Oh, I love the shower. All right, so
To the crown.
what I was mentioning about racing lines, you notice I'm going to cross over. My goal is the inside fence post right here. I like to keep the camera tight on the car because of frame rates. If you're on console, it's really not going to matter.
That's what this is about.
So we are so far behind. The car that just turned up in the corner there, that's the one that you can run into conflict with sometimes.
Once we're back in the Crown City,
But I am so slow right now based on how I normally run. My car timing is going to be off. Normally I have to slide over here just so the oncoming vehicle can do its thing. All right, we're going to have a menu here. What we're going to do is we're going to sell the Mega Elixir, the two-handed sword, the javelin, all of the food except the sheep milk, all of the fishing equipment, and any of the treasures that we found, which should be saber-tooth fangs and reaver tail stingers or something like that. Whatever. Just sell it all. And then what you're going to do is you're going to buy 99 sheep's milk, 2 sweet peppers, and 2 choco beans. I do all of my menuing early so I can focus on saving time driving later. I'm gonna do it really quick because I don't have much time, but just, pause it there if you need a reminder of what you're buying or selling. Mega Elixir out. Javelin. Two-handed sword. We also sell bronze bangle. Forgot about that. Ham. Egg. Potato. Mushroom. Out. Scorpion barb 6. Saber tusk claw 11. Our money is really, really low. Normally you want to see 9, 11 or something like that, but it's whatever. We'll work around it. Not a big deal. I personally leave this menu open because it pushes dialogue later. What I'm going to do is basically just immediately start mashing square until I roll, and then we're going to jump and alternately mash square and triangle at the same time, or X and triangle at the same time. It's going to advance the dialogue. We're going to have 2 dialogue boxes to close out there. Once this screen changes to the dog, you can skip. And then you can just kind of mash X through here. Not a big deal. You're basically just whatever. None of these answers with the dog ever matter. Once the camera changes to Noctis putting the book on Umbra's neck, kind of just like the camera switches here, bam, skip it.
Now that our work's done,
Just kind of walk yourself over to the car, and then the second it pops up, X. Mash resume.
everything in order.
And me, I'm going to manually drive this again, and we can talk about parking. If you are running this on the PS5, it's a solid state drive, you're totally fine. Don't worry about it. If you are, for some reason, still on like PS4 Pro or PS4 with a hard disk, I'm going to be honest, I haven't done it in a while. I think it's actually faster to just literally drive back to where we're going, just because the load times are so horrendous. I will literally buy you a solid state drive, please. Just let me buy you one. The game and your console will thank you. I also have a tutorial on how to install a solid state drive in your PS4. It's pretty simple. All right, so for PC, which is load removed, for PS5, and if you're running this on a console with a solid state drive, just do this. Okay? I am not really good at what we call the new parking tech, but I'll try and show it off as best as I can.
In the treaty?
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna basically tap brake and then let go and then tap brake and hold it and mash X to park.
Her ladyship seems nevertheless amenable to the prospect.
Yeah, I messed that up.
And Noctis likes
But
the idea.
Noctis will open the door immediately. We're gonna roll and then warp strike. The goal is to not be way off the mark like I am here. And we're gonna grab this lightning. We have 53, which is good. So the chances of us getting at least 91 is 100% now. Because we're gonna pull, at minimum, the lowest we can pull from our next thing is 40, I believe, 38, something like that, whatever. I'm gonna jump up this rock here, and keeping the camera facing this way, we're gonna try and warp strike twice.
We're here.
Just to get there.
Let's
Mash through the camping.
All right.
It doesn't matter what we
Nobody's
grabbed.
pretend.
The food doesn't matter. We're not fighting anything. Skip our cutscene here. And basically just keep mashing X. That's all you're going to do. Ignis is going to give you the food. And then what I try and do is I try and slide a couple mashes of cancel coming out of this to hopefully cancel the picture before it loads in. Sometimes if you do it right, you can actually skip zooming in on the photo or the extra dialogue box.
Would hate to try and
There's
pull
your
off a
little
road trip like
pop-up.
this and-
Normally, if I'm on good pace, that pop-up is somewhere between 1645 and 1650.
Old jalopy.
All right. Once you can move Noct just even a little bit, we're gonna R3, return to
That
car.
would definitely cramp my stuff.
Again, depending on how quick you can
kings,
be,
but we can
sometimes
travel like
you land like right here and it's fine. Sometimes
That'd
you're
have
like
been cool with
facing
the
this
Final
direction.
car.
Why is
It's
that?
weird. Just get back
Not
to the
into
car and then resume.
Session thing.
Oh. You want to
This is a trick I will recommend for everyone, no matter what hard drive you are using, what console you are running. Letting Ignis actually fully park the car will always lose you time. And it's gargantuan amounts of time. In Chapter 2, it ends up losing you something like 15 to 20 seconds. Here, it's like 10 seconds. So what we're gonna try and do is park the car early. It'll let you move faster. And the thing with Ignis is, whenever he has the opportunity, he will try and back the car in.
I see the
And it's
sea.
annoying.
I see
You will
too.
lose time.
That's Golden Key. Kind of want to go for a dip.
So don't let him
That a
do
big
that.
mountain behind
I
it?
at least
It's an
have
island.
some really
Why don't we
good
go to
audio,
Golden
like
for an
visual
island,
cues
though?
to make sure you
Maybe we
don't
kick
screw
back
this up.
and Get massages.
All right.
Can't say with the sea.
So we're gonna make our way down to
Famously
Golden Key.
delicious. Sounds great.
And what I do is I
Something to look
normally turn the
forward to.
camera a bit, and we're looking for a rock structure where it's like two spikes coming out, which is right here.
Ignis,
Those two.
pull over a sec.
As soon as your car passes those, mash X. You're just gonna pull up right here, and you should be able to roll out of the car
be a nice
and do
change of
one warp
pace.
strike, and that'll be it. Look at that. Perfect. Every time. Just keep jumping our way forward here.
Ready to set sail.
So if my money is as low as it is, it's not much of a help, but I'm gonna try and grab this metal scrap here. So I just go right into first person view. It's only an extra 25 gil, but at this point, every little bit helps. If I can't grab it, I don't stress about it. But if you're new to the run, just pad your pockets a little bit. Don't worry about it. All right, what's up, Alphena? So once we jump up past the top stair, just immediately go to skip cutscene. The second you pass it, just hammer the input for skip cutscene, which for the PlayStation controller is really nice. I just literally just do that. I just literally slide my fingers right across the top. But that'll skip the cutscene with Ardyn, etc., etc. I'm going to just jump to the right side here and kind of keep it tight in. Twist the camera a little bit so you don't grab that extra dialogue, and just jump my way through here. Pretty easy. We get introduced to Dino here. I've already only made one massive mistake. I had no game audio for like 15 minutes. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Mash X here, basically, that's all you're going to be doing to get through Dino's relentless dialogue.
Right, Prince Noctis? Name's Dino, by the way.
Just keep mashing.
Bounty hunting in his fancy car. Surely you didn't think it'd go unnoticed. At least not by this reporter.
Don't worry. If you're listening to it, I've been calling out like things that we can add to it.
I'll respect your wish in exchange for a favor.
Dino is a jerk. If you're gonna speedrun this game, you gotta be mean to Dino.
What do you want?
I want you to put on these fucking concrete boots, Dino. Nice. Hopefully you feel good and don't feel like death. I have faith.
Marked where you need to go on your map. All you gotta do is
all right, once again, we're gonna be teleporting out of this. So the second you can move Noctis, start hammering that R3 button. Ready? We can move R3. We're gonna return right to rest point. So we camped up there because it's actually gonna put us really, really close to where we need to be. Sometimes the camera angle's a little wonky. Like this is not the direction I should be facing. We want to go this way. Gonna roll warp strike. I want to run myself out of MP pretty much as soon as possible, so I can sneak another warp strike in at the end of this. So basically, I'm just gonna wait until stasis disappears. You'll notice that I still technically have 0 MP, but I can throw a warp strike in. You want to try and get that last jump in. That's the most efficient pathing there. We're going to go right towards Zoo. There are a couple ways of picking up this item. The way I do it is slow, but it's always consistent. And for me, with my limited time to run this game, I will go with consistency over potentially losing multiple seconds, especially early in a run. Slow starts are not my thing. I don't like starting a run from behind unless I have literally minutes to save at the end. So I'm just gonna kind of slowly meander over here. And basically, I am just going to mash X right here. And we're gonna pick it up and jump. Once we land, like the second your feet touch the ground again, mash R3. Get the travel menu open again. And we're gonna go back to the car. Coming out of this, I hold forward and mash triangle, or square, and then triangle. Get that warp strike off. Again, pretty much same movement through here. But this time, when you get to the top of the stairs, as opposed to skipping a cutscene, just mash X. You're gonna have to go through like the dialogue of Ignis's photo contest thing. Just keep mashing. When in doubt, just keep fucking mashing. Are you Pfizer gang or Moderna crew, Alphena? And again, same movement. You want to try and just keep going straight line as possible. And tweak your camera to avoid interactions as much as possible. I roll into Dino, X up X, and then I just mash triangle. Pfizer, yeah, you should be fine.
Come back if you want to buy more.
Once you hit that line, get ready with X, just very gently. And then swap to triangle again, X, triangle, up X, triangle. And then just keep mashing X through basically the chapter roundup.
Early, isn't it?
It's cool.
And then try and mash circle through because you have a couple of photos to skip. You'll get used to it. Once you hear that ding ding and the screen transitions, just mash circle, you'll close the photos out. Skip the FUT scene. Skip the FUT scene. The cut scene. Yeah, that's understandable, Ash.
Hey, morning.
Man, I got it as quickly as I possibly could, whatever. Well, what if you can't have kids? Good. Fucking good. Yeah. I mean, you can donate your eggs.
Where's Specs? Should be back any minute now.
All right, I'll be here. Yep. Skip the cutscene. You now have your hands off time. If for some reason you need to go pee-pee or poo-poo very badly, now's your chance to do it. I'm good, so I'm just gonna sit here. I guess we can open the floor to any questions. Anyone have any questions about the movement, the techniques, the menus at all so far? Also, I'm incredibly warm.
Everyone's okay.
Wow. You remember to turn the oven off?
What good hoping's gonna do. You mustn't lose faith.
I am the dancing queen.
Just give it a rest.
My old man had plenty of faith.
Enough.
The Empire lied. They betrayed us.
Conjunction
Lick
gets us
my
nowhere.
fingers on a
We're subject to truth.
tangerine.
All you'll find are lies. Like that ceasefire.
Look at the size of those things.
Imperial dreadnoughts. They transport soldiers, namely the Magitech infantry.
The robots.
Mass-produced humanoid weapons of warfare, to be more precise.
Doesn't look like they'll be signing that peace treaty. Up ahead!
They've set up an inspection point.
If the road ahead's blocked, then we find a way around.
Only 17. That is a no-go. It's illegal. Stop it. What's going on, Wody? Why lick your fingers when you can lick toes? Oh yeah, suck toes. Alright, so coming out of this, I'd recommend rolling until you get comfortable with the timing of when you actually control Noct again. So we're going to talk a lot about moving here. We're going to try and cut as many corners as possible. And we don't want to hit any of the enemies if it's possible. The only time I'm going to intentionally be slow is the last encounter at the top of the hill, because you'll lose 10 seconds if you don't enter into combat there. This is going to be a little bit tricky to get comfortable with because the angles and the geometry of the level. Save if you want before this just to practice it. It's not the biggest deal, but when you get it right, it feels good. And we like to feel good here. Kiyose, man with 4 balls simply cannot walk. Anyway, I don't know. That's my little tidbit of advice, I guess. So I'm just going to kind of show this off. I'm going to just immediately start mashing. And I'm going to try and sneak a warp strike right through here. Through here.
Take them out.
Oh yeah. The scrap heaps are gonna wish they had a
Shoot for the far one, obviously, because that gives us a lot of movement. If you jump, turn the camera, you can warp strike through here. And basically, so the main goal with this chapter is I haven't gone into stasis while in combat. It's very important because it is like a 2 or 3 second time save. If you run out of MP in combat, you'll have to mash an extra dialogue box and Gladio will give you shit about resting up or whatever. If you can make it out of this chapter without getting into stasis in combat, you never have to hear that dialogue. You don't ever have to confirm that dialogue box. Little tiny improvements.
Can't imagine what
All
it's
right,
like
so
inside.
once I round this corner, I should be able to warp strike again.
We should see
Pretty much
the
right here.
The hill.
I will drag a little bit here just so they get into combat with me. And I'm going to save this last warp strike for right here. I target for a little clump of grass right here, the one that's coming up. Mash the cutscene. That's it. Congrats. Chapter 1 is done. We've made it through one of the longest chapters of the run. This and Chapter 5 are the longest. Mash through it. There are no photos. You have a cutscene coming in right after this loading screen, so just bash through it. Nice win, Anami. Very big. All right, how is everyone? We can take some time and break from the constant stream of information. You're here to learn? Hell yeah. Skip that cutscene. That's pretty much one of the only times you'll see Luna Freya in the entire game. Enjoy it. But yeah, how is everyone? It's a lovely Saturday. It's absolutely gorgeous out. It is a little freaking hot, though.
I wouldn't count on it. Not with the
I wonder how things
Thinking to myself, if I want to continue talking for another 4 or 5 hours straight. What's up, Zara?
Something this big can't go ignored.
Welcome, Flutter. How's life? Not bad, dude. We are updating the tutorial here. Live on the twitch.tv. Cool place to be.
Got a message from my sister. She's with refugees bound for Lestalem.
Have some tea here. I should probably have a snack in a little bit.
Doesn't sound like everyone else was so lucky though.
We'd best make
Yo,
haste.
congrats on a new job. Proud of you.
Not when we're
Good
dead
job.
forever.
No going back.
Good, Jorb. You can't wear shorts. Oh, what do you mean, dog? Rock them shorts. Show off them gams. I like to see where the mac and cheese meets the yams. Anyway, I hold back and mash X and triangle at the same time. We're gonna cancel a dialogue, and basically what I'm doing is aiming to jump into the garage without looking because I don't have enough fingers. We're gonna skip this cutscene. Coming out of it, I wait a second and then hit circle to run. Mash triangle, you're gonna have 2 jumps and you should get right back into the car. Mash auto, legacy. Understandable. All right, here's the deal with driving in Chapter 2. If you're new to this, you can just do nothing, review your notes. You're only gonna lose like 10-15 seconds maximum. If you're feeling super comfortable, this is honestly pretty easy. It's not the fastest, but it is the most consistent for me. This will save you a good 10 to 15 seconds during the run. So what I'm gonna do is just let the car do its thing. Again, I'm holding gas. Yeah, A-type scheme controller. So I'm gonna do our normal kind of save time movement, put us on the shortest path possible.
What do you think it's like inside? I don't know. Your guess.
We're gonna hold to the inside here, and then at the apex of the turn, because we're gonna be going from right to left, I'm gonna straighten the car up and try and, you know, cut a little bit of that straight line distance out. Be careful not to make that turn there. You'll notice I'm gonna have a car coming from the other side, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna drift back over just to give it some room so I don't smash into it. And then here, I'm just gonna keep holding right as tight as possible. We're gonna take this dirt path. You gotta be very careful when you park this car. Otherwise, you're gonna sail right past where you wanna be, and you lost all the time I'm trying to save you. I'm even gonna zoom out as far as possible. It's gonna make me slower, but it's gonna at least give you a better sense of spatial awareness and where we're looking. So, what we're gonna be looking for is, I'm looking for basically like one of these pillars that you're gonna see over here, a structure like that, with some pipes, and it's gonna be that one coming up here. So the second to last pillar is where I'm gonna hit park. So the last one, the one before it. I'm gonna line it up with the nose of the car, right there. Just hit X as soon as your car crosses that. You'll park here, it's gonna be nice and easy. You should be able to roll out of the car, jump 3 times, and interact with Monica. 1, jump, 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 Monica, hold X. Skip the cutscene, hold back, and mash square. That'll roll you right out and into the dialogue. I'm gonna swap over to Mage Mashers and move as much as I can. I wanna leave this area, generally I try and keep it at around 60 MP.
First, the Crown City. Then Hammerhead? Then the Royal Tomb?
So this is looking good.
Core the Restless.
Somehow not as catchy as Core the
Sneak one in here.
Making it out of inside.
Now you want to try and avoid strategies here. It's very rare that you'll get stopped, but if you are starting to get nervous, you do have one. Oops. All right. I'm gonna take that because that gives us a huge movement boost. Straight setup. And you want to have roughly 80 getting to here. Now just mash triangle. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna have all the MP you need, but it's gonna avoid that strategy. Interact with the door to open it. Skip your cutscene. Mash confirm and triangle, and then we're gonna slowly walk over to core, and then we're gonna talk more about movement.
That's not the another. There are two. I'll go. Not open.
Mash triangle, and once this door opens, what I do is I just kind of jump, try and slide out of it as early as possible.
Known royal arms, each enshrined
I
in the
aim
royal
for
tomb.
basically just reverse direction that we came in.
I've enlisted
You
the
might
help
get
of the hunters.
this encounter early. That's fine. If you do, just, you know, take your warp strikes when you can get them.
Where's the one nearby you mentioned?
Sometimes you can get 4
Keep
warp
it
strikes in there, which is really cool. Nice
We know
little
there to
nifty
be a
time
crypt
save.
deep
Now I'm
inside
gonna
the
try
tunnels.
and straight line as much as possible to the tomb. I've done a lot of different routings and pathings to this. This has been the fastest and most consistent, mainly because we get
Long
massive
years
point
ago,
warp
we waged a
movement.
fierce battle here against
So
the
I
Empire.
basically want to line myself up with the between that soldier and the crook of the rock.
The Empire
We should be able to
moved
get
in
one
like it
warp
owned the
strike in,
place.
and then we'll get a point warp right there. I'm gonna aim. It's not the first rock, the second rock behind it. I want to aim basically right for the middle of it.
This shouldn't require much strategy.
1, 2, 3. Hold triangle, and then I'm gonna try and go to the left here and do a quick. So there's a little brick wall right lined up with the end of this white line on the pause screen here. I want to basically shoot myself towards that little tunnel here. 1, 2, 3. Then I aim for that. You can first person and grab this high elixir if you have your movement correct. And that's it. It's going to be quick. I also have already swapped over to
Here's where we
fire,
go our separate ways.
so I don't forget to.
Take
The
this
next
key.
combat we're going to
Unlock
use
the
is
doors
fire,
to the
so I
other
basically
tombs.
already
Seek
preset
them
it,
out
like
and lay
64.
claim to the powers
Yeah,
they
it's
hold.
supposed to be hot as hell here, Melodia, until like Monday.
What will you do?
Maybe I'll go on a
an eye on
cooler
the
bike
mess.
ride on Monday.
Find out what they're up to.
Because right now, it's
But
very
you should
sticky and
focus on your
sweaty
own
and
task.
gross out, dude. Woo! Okay. Just jump your way through. That's all you gotta do here.
Look.
We'll go over menuing and the arachne stuff before we get there.
Cable.
Basically, just work your way down your hallway. Again, try and cutting corners as much as possible. Our first door is going to be on the right here. What I do is I turn and hold X. That just learning to hold X in front of things that you want to interact with definitely helps prevent doing that like weird jump interact issue that a lot of people will have. The other option is invert your controls, but like good luck, I guess. I never bothered because, you know, I just learned to work around it because it was never an option for me. See, sometimes even holding X lets you interact with stuff before it gives you the option to. It is handy. All right. One jump here, and then you can first person pick up the elixir if you want. I very rarely grab it unless my movement's wonky enough that I'm already there. Gate, door. Oops, that was my bad. Jump the boxes through here.
Ominous sort of way.
Menu time. Gonna open the menu here. This is our first kind of big menu. Guard lifts. Yeah, the timing is pretty tight. I'm used to it though. 60 FPS, 120 FPS life. We're gonna go Ascension first. We're gonna get Warp Factor. Yeah, Junk Keep has some cool stuff. For sure, for sure. Honestly, one of the stupidest tricks that I love in Replicant is the enter the city skip, like enter village. Going like from library to village as opposed to going right. You just kind of jump, double jump, light spear, heavy dash. Console life, get out of here. We're gonna go 2 over, down for accessory slot, 3 over, and then we're gonna get elementalism and powercraft if you haven't grabbed elementalism already. back out, and then gear. This is one of my favorite input menus because it's pretty simple. Basically, you just mash X, or I'm sorry, X to open, go over to Sword of the Wise, down, 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 Garnet Bracelet, Magitech Exosuit. Mash out of the menu. Okay, so what I like to do with Arachne is I like to open with fire and then try and get as much distance as I can on my warp strikes with Ragnarok. She does have kind of phases, and I'll explain that when we get to about like half health.
Just don't get too curious.
All right. So once we get a little bit lower in health, she's gonna start going into her next movement phase. What's up, Supra? Or sometimes she'll just get locked in place like this. So what I'm gonna do when she gets locked is Sword of the Wise, and we're just gonna do first attacks. Really, 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 really gonna explain that once I get through this. So, Sword of the Wise is gonna be very important to learn how to use this thing for Chapter 2. Just do first attacks. Basically, it has the ability to basically teleport for your attack, and it does double the damage. You know how you do it because you'll just do like you won't do a swing like that. You'll do basically like a poke, like you're fencing. It's very, very, very important to get comfortable with that, and we'll also talk about the mech fight once we get set up for that. Learning how to fight mechs in this will save you the most time. Practice fighting the mechs. Interact with this, skip the cutscene, not a big deal. There's a couple ways to do this. I just do this because it's really not worth grinding about. I'm gonna hold circle to kind of like fast walk out of the room. You get stopped by a dialogue, press up, X, and then I mash triangle. Oh yeah, Nikki, how are you? Just mash triangle through this dialogue. How are you, Nikki friend?
I believe you've met Monica. She can fill you in on the details.
No worries, no worries. All right, once you get that dialogue out, you can just return to car. Where I parked, I'm gonna roll right.
We did spy a large structure.
Take a jump, and then you have Monica. Just hold X, mash triangle. FF12 was rude, ew. Yo, let's go Team Mog. Cool, we have all of our lightning energy. Now I'm gonna try and sneak a warp strike in here just because we can refill. I'm gonna interact with the ice as well as punch my microphone for good luck. Jump a few times, and then I'm gonna menu here. We're gonna go Elemency. Mash the 2 extra dialogue boxes. The first thing I'm gonna do to make menuing faster for the entire run is hit L3 here. We're gonna get rid of this fire. We don't need it. It's just clogging up the menu. X. We're gonna try and load in 91 lightning and then 99 sheep's milk. I know what I did was just like really fast. As you get comfortable with this, you'll learn it. Basically, I just kind of shuffle R1X, R1X, and then craft. We want to equip this to bottom, and then right, we're going to change over to Axe of the Conqueror. Axe of the Conqueror is really important. Chances are you won't even think about it, but you're going to leave Axe of the Conqueror in that menu slot for pretty much the rest of the run. Yeah, if you delete the fire, that means it's one less magic you have to menu through for the rest of the entire run. You're basically just saving yourself a few inputs throughout the entire run, which I recommend. It adds up. Axe of the Conqueror is super important. I'm gonna actually remove it. I'll just put like some normal ass weapon here. All right, so here's why we put it there. You'll notice it gives us 60 extra strength. We lose vitality, but who cares? And our attack, look at the attack, 595. Wow. We're never going to use it as a weapon, but we will take its 60 strength. So the way we have this set up, our average Sword of the Wise first strike should do, on average, just about 1,000 damage. The enemies that we're going to fight, 90% of them, except for the Axemen, the regular Magitech soldiers have 1,000 HP. Do the math. That's why we get through this so quick.
A servant of the Crown's Guard, like Gladiator.
So I'm going to take a warp strike there. And I'm going to aim for that rock over there.
My sister.
Try and warp strike our way through it. We should have 3, and then I can immediately warp strike there. Warp strike across this area. And I like to save it until I can get there. Avoid this rock and bush. You may get an extra dialogue box if you don't. Then warp back over here. Make sure you open with Sword of the Wise. You want to have that equipped before you talk to Monica. Otherwise, you're going to get in this weird, awkward predicament where you're not feeling right. I'm going to try and explain this combat as best as I can. Bear with me. It's not the greatest.
See you guys later.
You go give them hell. We'll do the same on our end.
Nicotine. Yeah, exactly, Dan. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to load them on to me. This is why I like doing this stuff on Twitch. Yeah, my viewership numbers take a tank, and everyone's like, bro, this isn't world record. I know. It's time. And to be honest, this is a great time to do it. The Final Fantasy series relay is in a week. And there's probably going to be people asking about notes. Yes. So the main reason why we need Thundaga here is because of the area of effect of magic. Thundaga has a massive area of effect. So going into this, I'm going to preface that you practice and understand how to do first strike with Sword of the Wise. Basically, all you're going to do is just target, click forward, circle at the same time. But you need Noctis to reset. Because if you just keep mashing forward, circle, he's just going to go into a regular combo and it's going to be herky-jerky and you're missing all the damage. Let him do the first strike, reset. First strike, reset. Now, sometimes with this Thundaga, bad things can happen. Core can get electrocuted, and then you go to open the door to the second room, and you just stand there, and the cutscene takes forever. Sometimes Core gets electrocuted. It is what it is. It sucks. For me, if it happens, I basically reset the run because I can't cough up the 10-15 seconds. I'm going to mash through that, but basically what I've figured out and the way I've made it work is I jut myself off the stairs and put myself with my back against the stairs that go down into the area to the second room, and I kind of throw it into the farthest corner of the room. And generally there's enough distance that Core doesn't get snagged by it. We'll see how it works out. Yes, hold circle here, by the way. You get to Core faster, which starts the dialogue. You want to run through it. Basically, holding circle the entire time here. We're going to claw grip while still holding circle, and then warp strike in. Work our way around the horn. You'll notice I was a little low there. That's fine. Keep an eye on this damage. Perfect. Put myself in this little corner. Boop. Core is not making noise, which is good. We did not get the bug. Jump through this door. Now I'm going to try and target the center one up here. I do this a little bit different than everybody else, but that's okay. The good luck is you land on top of this railing here, and you can wipe out the top area really quick, which looks like we might be able to here. Nope, didn't get it. Anyway, I'm just going to warp strike back down then, and if you get lucky, you can stack both enemies. And go through these guys. And I target this one first. Warp strike, and hopefully have enough. If not, you can follow up with an attack. That was really quick, really clean. Get your Thundaga set. If you go into first person, you can grab the high elixir here. Your goal is to just throw this magic straight in front of you. So the second I open the door, I hold circle and I hold forward until it just goes straight the fuck out in front of me. The second I see that, I let it go, clears the room. Very, very simple. Holding circle, straight forward, boom. You warp strike right to the door. Don't even worry about it. You killed everything. Grab this muscle stim, turn around, and make sure you have Sword of the Wise equipped. Okay? So now that we have the chance, before I jump in, we're going to talk about how targeting works in this game. You're going to see me hold R1. You see it flashing in the bottom left corner, bottom right corner. Hold R1, and then I'm going to use the camera control, which is R3, to push. I run invert, but you basically want to push it to the left, and it's going to swap targets. What we are looking for is we want to target Loki, but we want to target the missile launcher on his right shoulder, which, as we're facing it, will be left shoulder. We have Sword of the Wise already. What you're going to do is once you get that lined up, just warp strike on it. All right, so we'll at least get halfway there, and then I'll pause and I'll explain the next portion of the fight.
Knocked.
Marshal,
Just get comfortable. If you need to save there and practice this fight. Learning how to fight mechs in this game will save you more time than pretty much any other tech in the goddamn game. I promise you. The other important thing is you don't want to run out of exosuit. Trust me, it makes things a goddamn mess. And that's going to be probably your biggest struggle as you first learn to run this game.
The immortal. So, you survived the
Citadel.
But you won't survive what I have in store for you. It's past time your legend came to an end.
Damn. Any questions so far? Because we're going to have a little bit of time to cover them with this Chapter 3 drive. All right. Ready? Let's target that missile launcher. I'm holding R1. Slide over, slide over, slide over. That's the one. We've made impact with it. It's going to knock it into vulnerable. The next thing you need to do is rotate the camera to the right. We are looking to target the shield that is on Loki's left and our right. All right, so once you have it, I hold R1, and then if you push in on R3, while you are holding targeting, it will lock on. I really, really recommend doing this so nothing screwy happens, okay? So we're locked on, and then just do jump attacks. That's it. Once you're locked on, it's fucking game over. Just jump, circle, stay close, jump, circle, jump, circle. Easy peasy. Now I'm gonna grab these next two items here because we need the money. I promise. Bless, Bubba. That's it. You're done with Chapter 2. You've completed your first mech fight. Good job. It's a little sketchy. It's a little scary, and I know pushing the analog stick is a little annoying.
seeing you in action
It makes it a lot easier, though, especially if you're first learning. I still do it just because it's a force of habit. You could probably do it without it, but if you're unsure, if you're slow, if you're just still learning, just go for it. You'll get a lot comfier with it as time goes on. There is an audio cue. Once you hear it, you can skip. Kind of chorus pad floats in. We're going to have another cutscene coming in after this load screen. Then we're going to have a little bit of a break. We'll talk about manual driving this section, which I'm going to do. Yeah, you can hold R1. I personally I like to lock it just to make damn sure. Because all it takes is one little bump, and it's all fucked.
The prince.
The second pickup is basically the first one, then you go like back left and between the two crates around the back.
By comparison to lead.
Bigger's better. More stuff to see and do.
First comes to Sky, a region known for its
Because the real any
wetlands.
percent isn't technically, well, it's going to be a glitch category, that's why.
Now we're talking.
Further west
It involves
lies the
like
clay
weird
region,
setup and
wherein you'll
swapping
find the
save
town of
files.
Stalin.
Oh, isn't that where?
And is
yours
also
is headed?
just as annoying and only like what, half the time, maybe less.
Herself a look at the meteor.
The meteor of the six?
The same. Its heat is harnessed to power the Stalin.
Whoa, that sounds way cool.
I'm actually looking forward to this.
It'll be a long drive. Best fill up the tank before we set out.
All right, I'm gonna mash triangle and X. Just keep mashing it just like Chapter 2 and hold back.
Who could this be?
Now that the phone rings, just mash triangle.
Hello? Iris?
It's really everything's fine. We just
Keep mashing. Because you activate a glitch within the menuing system.
What about me?
Oh, pure any percent? Pure any percent for this. Well, PC any percent.
No time for that.
No ring is
Need to
much
get
better
to
than
Astala.
pure any percent, because
Still
pure
ages
any
away.
percent's
Come on,
fucking
just a quick
trash.
visit.
Unless we're talking about go to Lestalem. Unless you're talking about like the active glitch menu any percent, because that'll technically be the fastest category, but nobody's gonna run that one yet. I'll have to bite the bullet.
All right, but next time we check out the chocobos.
All right, so here's the deal. If you want to take a break, you can here. We're gonna go to map point, and we're gonna go over to Katayan's Plunge, or Kayatine's Plunge. You wanna, so I'm gonna really zoom in here. This is the bridge, and these are the little stairs down. You want to park the car right around here. I don't really recommend fucking around and like being really anal about it. With PS5, your cursor's going to move insanely fast, so just try and get it as close as possible. It's not worth wasting the 3 or 4 seconds to get it super like tight and close, because you're just jumping out of the car is going to save you the time. Just get it as close as possible, all right? So we're gonna menu quick.
Let's hit it.
And basically we're gonna sell. Right now I only have 1 muscle stem, which really fucking sucks. I might not be able to do any of my new strats. We're gonna sell off all the weapons with the pluses. Metal scrap, if you grabbed it, chrome bit, electrolytic condenser. We're gonna buy 99 sheep milk, and the rest is gonna go into elixirs. I try and get at least 8 or 9, but my money is terrible, as are our drops. So I might face a bit of a problem here with this run, with us not having enough of the items I need to show off Chapter 7. I'm gonna do my best to make it work, and we'll just cross our fingers and hope. This also might require me making a save or reloading Chapter 5. Joy. Did I skip something? No, I just got really bad drops. Really bad. Nowadays, I just take every run and whatever.
So this is the infamous disc.
We're gonna have dialogue here. This is important.
Get a shot of you in the meteor?
Not now.
Not right now.
I buy my stuff
Come
early.
on. If not now, when?
You can definitely get away with like 5. Promise. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Basically, I just run it down until I have like, you know, at least 30 gil left. You can buy 12 if you get a lot of good drops. If not, whatever. So basically, if you're not pushing for a world record, don't worry about driving the damn car. Just wait for your dialogue choices, and then you're just going to be able to, you know, once you get through both dialogue options, you just go to the bathroom and fuck off for a bit. For me, I'm just going to drive and save the time. That was a great burp. I don't know if it got picked up, but sure. So me, I can't do anything anyway until this.
So Knox,
there we go. This is the second dialogue. This one, make sure you pay attention. Don't mash through it, because you'll end up accidentally parking the car.
What does it matter? Not my camera.
Yeah.
Guess you have a
Guess
point.
you have a point.
Just 1x there. I am probably going to get up and grab a snack and run to the bathroom quick once we park the car. In the meantime, I'm going to like check my Twitter or whatever. Screw off, because it doesn't matter too much here. Nothing of importance. We've blasted through both of our dialogues. Why am I driving on the wrong side of the road? Well, airlines, that little maneuver actually saves us 4 seconds. Just that turn itself, the difference in distance that we change saves us 4 seconds in the any percent run. Well, in the speed run. It all adds up, trust me. Especially when you're pushing for a world record or you want a really good time.
place is pretty big.
Haven't enjoyed the city life.
This was one of the bigger time saves found by Hawk Snow.
Where it leads.
They've got cover
I will try and show off the skip for the shimmy. I don't personally use it in runs yet because my back is not against the wall enough, and I don't have time to just randomly kill runs hour in. But I'll showcase it. If you want to try and learn it, that's on you. Don't get mad when you fail it and can't PB anymore. Woo! Throw on the soundtrack from the best Final Fantasy game of all time. Yeah, this is a speedrun tutorial. I've been speedrunning this game for like 3 or 4 years, and well, I figured it was time to update the notes. We also have the Final Fantasy series relay coming up next weekend on RPG Limit Break. So I know a lot of people are gonna ask about like, you know, do you have a tutorial? Do you have notes? Do you have a guide? So I figured I'd do it ahead of it so I can hopefully almost have it ready for the weekend or very shortly thereafter. This is the turn we want to make here. All right, occasionally, sometimes you will have very bad luck, and this game is very strange, and sometimes you can get an encounter in the tunnel. What you do when that happens is you just reset and you cry about it. Nah, it's fine. You just basically run away and then teleport back to the car, or get back in the car and just kind of do your thing. It's shitty, it's very rare, but it happens sometimes. You kind of live with it. To be honest, I'm not focused on that. I'm more focused about thinking about my backups for how I'm going to get through this run and potentially showcase Chapter 7 if I don't have it. Yo, dude, I love watermelon rolls. Don't front on me like that, dog. Yo, Wody, did I tell you about Wendy's, by the way? Yeah, on PC it comes with the DLC. The only DLC weapon that we use is Ragnarok, but it comes stock with the, well, we use Mage Masters too. But it comes with the PC version, so basically whatever the PC version comes with, you can also use on console. Oh, yeah, dude. Wendy's fucking nuts slap into your chin, bruh. Anyway, I overshot my parking.
Killing me.
Oh, hey, welcome, Airlines. Are you here for Final Fantasy 15, the VTuber, or you just kind of randomly stumbled in? I'm gonna swap to the Royal Raiment, because we're gonna do some movement. Oh, nice. Hi, I'm a VTuber. Anyway, give me 1 second. I've been talking nonstop for like pretty much an hour and a half already. A couple of things to talk about here. I've mentioned earlier that my money sucks. There are a couple ways around this. If you're new to the run and very, very concerned that your money is low, like mine is, we'll show you a few things here. You lose a couple seconds, but you're gonna pick up some money on the back from it. I'm gonna jump down through this crack, warp strike before I hit the ground. I can probably slink in one more warp strike, and that's pretty good. I do first person mode here on the off chance that we can grab this Mega Phoenix. Looks like we're not gonna be able to unless we get like super lucky here. Nope, okay. Next important thing, do not just jump down here. You wanna warp strike and just attack any of these crabs as quickly as possible. You will, if you don't, 90% chance you get grabbed for a strategy. It sucks.
The hunt is on.
I try and get to where this area is with about 90 MP, so I can do 4 warp strikes. there's a little lip up there. Once you hit there, the game's gonna change your movement speed. It's gonna slow you down. Warp strike 4 times, roll up into the cave. Right here, warp strike.
Cave number 1. It's a terror.
Roll.
This place gives
All
me
right. Next trick is the ice slide skip. It looks difficult, feels difficult, very simple. All you need to do is just turn the camera the direction you want to go, which is to the right.
Well, looking on
All right.
the bright side.
So I'm just
maybe
gonna
the
charge
cold
in
keeps
here.
the demons at bay.
Yeah.
My lineup
And
is this little
there's
lip
our
here.
warm welcome.
So you're gonna jump straight forward, turn the camera, boop, every time.
That was close.
It's literally that free. I can't save here. I probably should have saved here. Point orb. And just warp our way down this area here. If you are super worried about money, right over there is a carbon bangle. I think it's like 800 gil. Me, I don't give a shit. I'm not concerned. I've run this way too much. Coming off of this, mash attack. It'll prevent the falling animation.
Watch your step.
No more slip-ups.
Yep, prevents the arachne. That fight sucks. What's up, Cosmic's biggest fear? I don't know, man. How you doing today?
Last thing I need now. Eyes peeled, mouth closed.
Warp strike through that encounter. I'm gonna try and set up the shimmy skip. I'm not super consistent with it. Almost got it. Slid right off. If you're new, just do the goddamn skimmy, the shimmy. Nice. Congrats on the Peebus Beebus. I am so short there. See, this is why I don't like doing this in a run. At this point, I could have already shimmied across. Hurted myself. It's very tough to set up because you're doing basically a lot of blind movement. I think I got it there. Okay. So, this skip is very important. We have routed this fight entirely out of the run. Okay? It's very important that you learn this trick because pretty much there's no way through this fight. We don't have the magic for it anymore. We don't have the elixirs for it anymore. Just learn to do this, okay? It's really, really simple. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stick to the right side here. And I'm gonna aim to go right in this area. Bounce into the little crevice there.
Never.
And that's it.
Fun in that.
Stick pretty much as far right as you possibly can. You'll get it every time. And that's it. That's Mind Flayer skip. It works the same way if you do the shimmy, or the shimmy skip. Just as long as you stay right and it loads the encounter. So the reason why we stay right there is it loads the encounter from that little side pathway. Which is great. Then we're gonna return to entrance. We're gonna skip this cutscene. I'm always early on that cutscene skip. Return to car. That's it. Regalia, auto, parking spot. So it's basically Regalia, up, X, up, X, X. That's it. We're back to Lestalem. Chapter 3 is basically over.
It's getting hot out here. Just need to pull in somewhere cool.
Yeah. Any chance sleeping
Roll
in a
away
nice
from the
room
car.
tonight?
Yes,
Start
I'm
jumping.
certain we can secure suitable accommodations nearby.
first person mode here. We're gonna definitely grab this glass gemstone off this table. We need to have money.
One hell of a crowd.
Oh, this must be the main thoroughfare.
North Carolina, come on and raise up.
Let's go.
I'm not from North Carolina. Ironically, we were talking about Mike Jones last night. Who is Mike Jones? We're gonna make our way back to Laval. Skip your cutscene here. And we're gonna meet the worst character in the history of video games. It's Iris.
Gladdy!
Iris.
Look at you guys holding your own out there.
I will eject you into the fucking sun, Tom.
All things considered.
Mike
You guys are staying
Jones.
here, right?
I mean, I'm just wearing a crop top and my underwear, so I mean, I'm in maximum comfort mode right here. Skip this cutscene. Them's fighting words. You want to fight me? Is that a good idea? Do you think you can win in a fight with the world's angriest catboy? Yes. Yo, what happens if you call that number, by the way? Is that Mike Jones' personal cell phone number still?
Morning.
Anyway,
Where is
we're gonna
everyone?
talk to Iris.
They're out walking with Talcott. They went to see the sights.
For dialogue with this game,
We
being
should
an
too.
asshole is always the fastest. We're gonna go down and decline.
I need some more shut-eye.
More?
It may be a good idea to take in the sights.
I wonder if
For
it
our first stop,
got
we'll check out
canceled
the
like
marketplace.
8675309.
Right this way.
What do you feel?
This is the Partella Market. You can get
No.
almost anything here. Isn't it great? I'd buy out the whole place if I could.
Act uninterested. It's gonna zoom in, skip this cutscene. Bam.
Really?
What I do is I park myself in front of this guy because we're gonna have to interact with him. Now you notice the camera's gonna move.
Wow.
I start moving it back.
at all
You'll
this
notice
neat
it'll start
stuff.
moving before the black
I'm gonna
screen
take a
kicks
look.
in.
Give me just
So
a
I can
sec.
basically just mash right in.
Fresh produce straight from Furlock
Sell.
Farms.
This sell
Stay and
option
have a
is
look.
going to change, and you notice my guild is kind of shitty. So I'm gonna do glass gemstone.
Thank you kindly.
The goal is to make sure you have at least like 30 to 50 gil left. All right, so we're gonna go and buy 2 Kettier ginger.
Thank you kindly.
We're
I'll be seeing you. Another scorcher.
gonna work our way up the hill. Yeah, I should have made more tea. I love ginger. I would eat ginger flavored asshole.
That's the power plant. The driving
You,
force
babe,
behind
if
the
you
song's
shoved an entire
prosperity.
bag of ginger up your ass, I
But
would
get
just
this,
slurp it out.
Only women work there. As a matter
Anyway,
of fact,
hi,
women are
I'm
the ones who
Kios.
do all the work in this town.
We're gonna go down X.
Sounds like a...
All right. The next bit, we used to be able to manipulate, but because of the routing change, sometimes you can skip this dialogue with Iris, sometimes you can't. You'll know if we skipped it because I'll be excited. If we can't, I'm gonna be very mad.
hard life.
I think it's kind of cool, actually. Depends on how you look at it, I guess. All right. Next, we're going to the Outlook. I'm a city girl, but I did
Wody,
feel
what you
I
need to
stayed
do is
charmed.
press 0 and ask for Mike Jones.
Can you believe this crowd?
Yeah, ginger's great for your digestive system.
You would totally love the drinks in this place.
Would I?
I try and skirt this umbrella here. All right, we got the dialogue skip. If Iris does not say anything there about imagine taking one for a spin, you now have the ability to skip a bunch of dialogue. So what I'm gonna do is just aim for that green marker and then aim for like the little binoculars.
Hyper Outlook. You know, Noct, this almost feels like a date.
No, it's not. We're gonna press down and X and then cutscene skip immediately. Basically, once the camera changes,
If it
The
were...
others
I
are
mash
probably back at the
X and
hotel by
square.
now.
Sometimes I
Let's join
roll
them.
out, sometimes I jump. Now our next goal is to get back to Laval.
The breeze feels so good.
Back then they didn't want me, now I'm hot, they all on me.
Let's see if the others are back.
We're gonna go righto on this one so we get a free elixir.
Thanks, Noct.
I was wondering, what was it you bought today?
You did always notice the little things. Been like that
Yeah,
since
like
you
your
were little.
brain, Iris.
Anyway, the thing I bought today.
Stone Cold Killer up in
It's
here.
a surprise, so you're gonna have to wait.
Hey, look who's back.
Alphena, if you're still here, remind me to mine clips at some point, because I have a bunch of them I haven't even looked through.
Whoa, no need to respect
Yo,
me. I'm not
irises
royalty.
are really cool flowers, though, straight up.
It is the same sort as the one from the legend in this town.
It appears
Yeah?
the power of
What?
kings made its way into local folklore.
That makes you a living legend, huh?
Yeah. Thanks for the story, Talcott.
You're welcome.
That's so great. All right. Next, we're going to go to the car. This is a very easy trick to explain. If you are not running on a solid state or PC, what I need you to do is stop being so damn cheap and put a solid state in that bitch, all right? This is the Chapter 3 Save and Quit.
I'm not one to stand on ceremony, but such an occasion calls for an introduction.
I'm gonna make... Yeah, it's fine. Fofos on tripping, wood grain on gripping. And... What am I set up here? Hold on. I'm going to, you know what? I'm just gonna straight load our old Chapter 3 because I know that our drops are a lot better. That'll take a lot of pressure off me. Anyway, you basically save and load, and what it's going to do, because we triggered this dialogue already, the game is going to assume that you did everything already. So we can just drop.
Me to do the honor of assigning your driver.
You shut the hell up, D-Wins. I had one muscle stim. That was all I got.
Fine by me.
You drive your car and I drive mine.
With that decided, let us
be off.
Ordering more coffee, Bubba. Plugging it. Yeah, what to do in the worst case scenario? Fucking reset. Okay. Yo, good luck, Wody. Discord, YouTube, and Twitter. If you have any questions there or want to track me down or see this later or try and fight me in real life. That's right. You can also try and fight my wife for a tier 3 sub. What? For a tier 3 sub, you can try and fight my wife. Good luck. She'll kick your ass. She floats like a butterfly and stings like when I pee. Now I got Mike Jones stuck in my head. Thanks, Wody. All right. Chapter 4 driving section. This is going to be... There are a couple techniques to do it. I just do what I always do, and it works for me. I am holding R2. You want to accelerate the car immediately. R2, mash triangle.
Just to be clear, sight and no tail.
All right.
As you will. Drive safely now.
And I just basically hold right.
First Galden and then Lestalem. What a coincidence, huh?
Way too convenient to be a coincidence. I reckon he's following us around.
This does save a very large amount of time, so try and learn this trick, try and practice it.
For me to picture that guy in the
For me, doing it on PC is really janky. PS5 is pretty much easy peasy.
I'd sooner not rely
Try
on
and
him.
straighten out a little bit here so you don't accidentally take this turn.
What's His Highness's opinion of this Ardyn?
Don't really have one. He's nothing more than a creepy old dude to me. You hit the nail on the head right there.
Well, that's why we came up with a
And
plan.
now that we're past that turn, I'm going to start drifting left. Now, the important thing here is literally just hold 90 degrees left. Just keep holding that, keep holding the gas.
Knocked. How are the headaches?
Fine for now, but they come without warning.
Congrats.
Wouldn't want to have one behind the wheel.
Stop, watch the road.
And then I like to cut this corner a little tight.
So, any havens along the way?
Oh, somebody wants to camp.
And then just let it drift back to center. This is going to force Ardyn to go around us and trigger the cutscene a little bit faster.
I don't get why you like camping so much.
Under the stars, at one with nature. What's not to like? Now in the wild, there are no rules to follow. No checkout time.
Smash triangle, 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 triangle. And you're going to get one dialogue box here. Make sure you hit down and then X. Smash X through there. Don't do that. That's a mistake. Add a weird camera angle there. Anyway, what you're going to do is completely deload the car, apparently. Anyway, I hold forward and mash square to get that one roll off.
Don't think being married will give you an excuse not to work out.
And roll in here, interact with Ardyn, mash triangle, up X. Again, holding R2 the second I can. And I'm gonna try and shift left as quickly as possible. Uh-oh.
Whoever thought of tapping into the meteor's power was a genius.
All right, this is just difficult to describe. Play with it. That's literally all the advice I can give you.
And he's still there, holding the thing up.
Guess he never
There we go.
Or any day for that
Good
matter.
setup there.
His unceasing toil and the meteor's might form the tenets of worship.
That is honestly the tricky part, not smashing into the wall there and just finding the timing you're comfortable with. But we have this second pass pretty much under lock and key here.
So you know it's hot where we're going. Will the camera fare
And then I try and cut in front of him to make sure he just backs off.
Flames, it should be okay.
From here on out, you just want to kind of take your turns as tight as possible.
Oh no, I'm taking it. Not every day you get up close and personal with the
Back then they didn't want me, now I'm hot, they all on me.
Spoken like a true photographer.
No, you don't.
As they say,
answer the door without your fucking pants on. What are they gonna do? Yell at you?
Look at you.
Well, they say that. Not me.
Well,
where's my big sausage pizza? What? Yeah, fuck them. Yo, it's just free looks for the delivery driver.
Even if they couldn't, he'd still be all right.
Yeah,
A little bit of creamy beige, some creamy man thigh.
Then why not take them off sometimes?
Well, you don't
The hub
get it,
was the truth.
Ignis likes his world to be crystal clear.
Indeed. I've never been one for ambiguity.
Ah, I think I'm getting the picture now.
Yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles makes me cry too.
Hey, Ignis.
All right, neat little trick here that saves just a little bit of time. When you park the car, I hold right here. Ardyn is gonna smash into you, and it also mashes the dialogue a little bit forward. So we're gonna actually physically get pushed forward a little bit, but it also flicks the dialogue along. From here on out, do not attempt to drive the car, because if you park it not exactly where the game wants you to park it, shit gets really fucking weird. I mean really weird. Not in the good way. D-Wins can probably attest to this.
Guy really knew his stuff about nursery rhymes.
Yeah, nothing creepy about that.
No, it's not in the good way weird. It's in the bad way weird. It's in the time loss weird.
So we keep going this way.
Then we'll find out what the Empire's up to.
All right, run immediately. This item, pick it up. You can now jump again. Again, we're going to be doing movement. Swap over to the Mage Mashers. Cut your corners tight. And we're going to get the Sword of the Mystic.
Didn't expect to find a royal tomb here.
Would be a shame not to grab that power.
Interact with it, skip the cutscene. Me, I just start mashing circle here. Especially on PC, for some reason it like stores and buffers the inputs, but literally, like, I pretty much have it completely mashed up by the time this interaction actually happens. You'll notice it just like kind of shows up and then it's gone.
Come on, pull yourself up.
It's like 3/4 of the way filled by the time I get there. Listen to the cat boy, John. Calm down. Just calm down.
What the?
Back then they didn't want me, now I'm hot, they all on me. Back then they didn't want me, now I'm hot, they all on me. Mike Jones.
God damn. This is the Archean?
Seems we woke the big guy up.
He's trying to tell me something. But what?
No, but there's a path. Gonna see where it leads. You two try to get down.
Very well. We'll look for a way. Be careful now.
We're going where?
All right,
Don't rush
we're gonna
off
jump
on your
forward
own,
here,
Don't get
and
left
I
behind.
just grabbed this first fire. Don't worry if you don't fill it up. You don't need to. As long as you have over a total of 80, that's all you need.
They're on edge.
That's
Let's
it.
not ruffle their feathers anymore.
Try shedding your beak.
Just offering sound advice.
So basically, the second I get like a target on one of these birds here, just start mashing triangle. Just roll through it. Again, if you want to try and trick your camera here a little bit, you can do that so you don't bump into the other fire deposit. Just makes things faster. I just jump over to Gladio, and then just kind of follow the inputs here. Again, there's not a lot of time you can save on chapter 4, is what it is. So, any questions about the run so far? Anything you'd like me to talk about? We're gonna have a lot of time to kill with chapter 4, and chapter 5 is gonna be a whole ball of wax as well.
Again, of all the times, let's hurry the hell across. Nah, you doing all right?
Bad. Because that means you're short ice energy for chapter 7. Realistically, you could just pick it up at the
Get to solid ground first.
at the camp, but you're gonna be like catastrophically short
Going as fast as I can.
because you need to make 2 full-powered ice magics. Or no, I'm sorry, you need to make 1 full-power ice magic. You're just basically losing the time to go out of the way at the campsite in chapter 7. It's fine if you're running level 1 aura, I guess. Back then they didn't want me, now they all want me. This is great. The entire tutorial is just going to be me promoting Mike Jones. Anyway, I am Kios Little Monster, though. You can find me at that handle on pretty much everything on the internet except my Instagram, which you can't have. Fuck you. We're going to grab that Mega Phoenix and our Lightning Energy. While we're jumping here, I'm going to swap down to Thundaga. And we're just going to pretty much mash through this. Nothing really matters here.
This endless walking.
Well, it does matter, but the option we want is default, so just keep mashing.
Calm the hell down.
Get off my back.
Are you a man of royal blood, or aren't you?
Of course I am. I couldn't forget it if I tried. What about it?
I ain't saying that you've forgotten, but you gotta know something. You're not the only one who's having a tough time. We're all on edge. We Amicitia are the king's sworn shields. Guard the king with our lives. That's the way it's always been. I've embraced my duty. and they take pride in it. When you can't focus, I focus for you. It's my job, so let me do it, all right?
All right.
Okay. Now that I'm done yelling at Sereth,
Sorry, but I had to get it out.
what we're gonna do is, well, realistically, you don't have to do anything here. Just force a habit for me. I just move forward.
Hey,
Just like whatever.
Your dad, huh? I'm grateful to him.
Just doing his job. Isn't that your
Gladio cranky. He needs a Snickers bar. Give me a Snickers bar. Nice, Bubba.
Ignis.
You're safe. Good. Listen, Imperial troops.
All right, the camera's gonna do some real ass wacky shit here. So I just don't do anything until the camera fixes itself and is in the correct orientation for me, which is this direction right here. Now we move. Make sure you have Thundaga equipped, please.
We finally made it.
I know.
All right, so I'm gonna jump, and then once I can target, reflex enhancer, very nice. That gives me now 2, so that's pretty good shape. Ease peas. Ooh, nice. I'm gonna select Mage Mashers here and just kind of jump on this point. It doesn't matter. Cup of ramen sounds delicious. I had a thin crust supreme pizza. All right, we're gonna wait for this point warp to show up on the ground here. After we get through this little like dialogue cutscene FMV thing.
Quit screwing with my head.
I basically aim the camera directly straight down here, and then just start jumping. You don't have to. I think it sometimes is faster though.
You serious?
You know, because your Z box gets closer to the foot. Gladio being rude, not letting us have the feetsy weetsies, toesy woesies.
This ain't gonna work.
All right, jump warp strike.
Best advice you've given all day.
Well, I can't have you dying here.
Last one. This is enough movement to get us up here. I kind of chill here until Gladio gets close, and then I try and convince him to go what we call fast Gladio. Sometimes he can get stuck in that little divot here, so I'm gonna come to him, and that moved along pretty quickly, so pretty nice. Pretty nicely done. Line up with this little smooth point here in the wall. Just jump. All right, very important. Just mash all the buttons and flick forward. I just do this until Noctis stops moving and turns around, basically.
Don't stop. Run.
He just won't quit.
Perfect. Jump towards the hand. And then do nothing. You don't want to block this first one because nothing happens, but you want to do the parry on the second one, so hold square. And start mashing circle. All right, I'm gonna start holding backwards and jumping back to the back wall. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna basically swap to first person mode and set up where I wanna be. So look at the mini map where it's at and look for this little area here. I'm gonna wait for 2 full punches, and then in the top left, we're gonna see that other party members have joined us. I'm holding square just in case. I'm gonna warp strike twice. Hold square to avoid that punch. Jump forward. Hold square. 2 warp strikes back. Hold square just in case. And present ourselves back here. Oh yeah, you're goddamn right. All right, we'll move the ferret cam really quick. I'm just gonna turn it off. So we're right there. I know, big help, right? All right, so we're gonna try and figure out where Gladio is. He's either gonna spawn behind us or in front of us. So he's over there, just warp strike to him, then jump backwards. That's it. Now I'm just gonna swap to Sword of the Wise, and this is pretty much it. That's it. I don't have anything to do now. You can look around at the pretty scenery. I'll turn the ferret cam back on. You know what? On second thought, I'm gonna move it. Because we're gonna definitely need mini-map. Next chapter. Thank you for the heads up on that. And you notice I swapped to Sword of the Wise. That's what we're gonna do our damage with here. I'm just gonna wait basically until the cinematic plays out. What, nap time?
We're all here. Let's do it.
Okay. And basically position myself right here and just hold square. That's it. That's what I'm gonna do for the next like minute. Holding square to dodge. And we're right in the circle where we need to be. All right, we're gonna dodge, parry, and then we have a text box to mash. And I'm gonna point warp up to that area. All right, so we have this text box up. The second you see it flash and start to go, oh boy. Anyway, you're not supposed to do that, but the second you see that text box go away, you wanna warp strike. And just mash circle. I went into first person view here, so everything's gonna be a little weird. I'll regain control of the camera in a second here.
Hey, we all still here?
Yep, still here.
We got a couple of cutscenes to skip. And, well, we'll be on to Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is an entire ball of wax.
What is it now? What is he doing?
Correct.
He's winding up!
For the big one! And wait for it. Cutscene skip. Mash. All right, Chapter 5 is the tricky one. This is one of the ones I say reference a video or just practice, okay? There's a lot that goes on in this chapter. You're gonna have to kind of just practice it until you get comfortable with it. The movement is roughly defined, I'll put it that way. You can tell I'm already mashing triangle. There's basically like dialogue that you get at the beginning of this chapter load in, then a cutscene skip. This was added with one of the patches to help expand the story, like how we end up getting here, etc., etc.
Can't leave her on it. Chancellor.
This, or perhaps...
my clothes!
Here's hoping.
Several days later, once this disappears, and cutscene skip. I mash X coming through here. We're gonna have one dialogue box.
I mean, shouldn't the car have turned up by now?
Back then they didn't want me, now I'm hot, they all on me. Back then they didn't want me, now I'm hot, they all on me.
The Empire has it.
Mike Jones.
Then maybe we could ask Ardyn to help us out again, right?
The Imperial Chancellor.
He represents a problem, not a
solution.
So where does that leave us?
Stranded, awaiting word from Hammerhead.
In the meantime,
all right.
We'll have to hoof it.
So the first thing we're gonna do is interact with the camper here. And this is gonna be a lot of the basis for our movement here. Actually, I'm gonna interact with the dog first. There we go. Dog first, then camper.
Someone's sending us a message.
What do we do?
Follow him.
Mash X.
It's bedtime.
You're gonna get a cutscene skip here. Hopefully if you did it quick enough, you don't have any photos. We shouldn't. We didn't really do anything else. What?
Hello?
Sheesh.
Right.
Got that right. Listen, I've been worried about how
Oh,
you
what an
guys are
asshole.
doing. How's about you drop by Galden and mingle for a bit?
We'll think about it.
Jump straight over towards the trees. After this, we're going to have some shopping and some menuing, and we'll explain the importance of all of it in just a bit. Cutscene skip. Ash X. Back. Back on them block, rock, and baits. And once it changes camera angle here, cutscene skip. Second cutscene skip.
Unto the king alone this voice is heard. To follow the words is to follow the chosen path. Bridging heaven and earth it strikes. The storms ephemeral yet eternal.
Dude, I'm gonna have to listen to that song when I take a break. Good lord.
Must go the king.
Lady Lunafreya has done.
All right, we're gonna do some shopping here. My money is shit. Actually, my money's good here. Normally, what you'd want to do is sell that Mega Phoenix if you have to. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Let's say we did that. You're gonna buy the air step sword.
Pleasure doing business.
2 amulet.
Hey, come again.
I roll away from this guy, and I do my menuing like roughly after I get past this point. Try not to cut it too much closer to there, otherwise you'll accidentally get a cutscene. It sucks. We're gonna do Ascension all the way over to Armiger. Iron Armiger, which reduces depletion. Harvester increases gain. You can go down here, get War Chain, and then Free Chain. Gain unlimited MP temporarily after executing an Armiger chain. What is an Armiger chain, you ask? If you do Armiger, which is R1, L1 at the same time, you basically do it again when you are prompted, and it depletes the entire bar to do like a combo finisher. But that means you get free warp strikes for like a minute. Elemency. 1 ice. 99 sheep's milk. It's going to make a 110 Blizzara. That's going to go in our bottom slot. Air Step Sword's going to go in the top. We're going to go down. We're going to go Armiger Accelerator, Amulet. Back to Prompto, and he's going to carry the Key of Prosperity for now. That's all of your menuing. Okay, so at this point in time, I have no idea what our time in the video is, but it's like 3:40 local time. There are a lot of things that can happen with movement, okay? The area and the amount of land we have to cover is enormous, okay? So just try and do your best. We have to get over here. Yeah. So try and do your best to go as straight as possible. If it makes sense, grab your point warps, get into encounters, avoid strategies. Watch the video, kind of learn from it, get a feel for it. I recommend practicing this section because there's a lot that goes on in this chapter, especially movement. I'm just going to do my thing. I'm going to show you what my line normally looks like. Again, we're going to do all this movement with the Air Step Sword because of half MP cost. So it looks like we're going to get no enemy spawns here. That's okay. Nope, we got one, but it's way too late. I'm not gonna entertain that fight because it's way too late. I had no place in front of me to point warp. I will take this Garula though. I'm gonna try and sneak over here to get this point warp. Good. So far, this is a really good line. No real deviations, and it just keeps pushing me forward. Can't climb this rock, so I'm gonna kind of skirt around it and point, like warp strike against it, to kind of push my movement in the direction I want to go. That Gigantode spawned late, that's fine. I was hoping we could push it, but it was a little bit too late. Alright, so there's a mistake. Didn't cost me too much time. But I was hoping to get that far point warp right at the end. Gonna use an elixir here. And I'm gonna aim for this ice deposit over here. We're pretty low, and I need to make sure I have full ice very soon. 85 is good. That means I can finish up in Fosha Hollow. Point warp up to this, and then cut back across. Again, there may be faster ways of doing this, but I'm pretty sure they're not too much faster. I haven't checked in a while, but hey, this is, we'll call this quote unquote good enough. Straight line over to your first runestone. Easy, right? Definitely gonna have to take ourselves a bathroom break in a minute or two here. Not a minute or two. I'll probably try and get us outside of Fosha Hollow first.
I remember.
All right, some nifty tech here because we're gonna have a full MP bar. I can chain off some warp strikes without having to jump, which is really nice.
Hurry hence to the eye of the storm.
Looks like no one's going to be directly in front of me, which is good. Sometimes Gladio's a jerk and ends up being there.
Seek to seal the path of what must come.
What is it? Another headache?
I have 60. Now I'm going to start jumping. It's time for the camera trick. If we open up the camera like that, we break Noctis out of this like immobilized phase. And it's a pretty quick input, so it's worth it. Saves you like 3-4 seconds. Enter combat, double tap R1, L1, swap over to Mage Mashers. Where I line up is those steps in the horizon. My resolution is shitty, but you should see him coming into view. It's a lot easier for me to view him. And you just want to go pretty much as straight as possible right over. And this is it. This is pretty much the fastest movement we have in the game here. You just want to be careful. Occasionally you can have like an encounter pop up here. See, he's right there. So I'm going to basically just hold R1 while we do this. It's going to pull us offline a little bit, but to be fair, we warp striked further than we normally could. I'm going to keep an eye on that magic wand symbol. Now that it's gone, we're going to swap back to regular warp striking. Work our way over here. Keep moving. Now, once I land here, we're gonna have to camera glitch again, or photo glitch, to clear that up. I'm gonna try and not get into stasis here as much as I can. This is perfect because it's literally only one jump away, basically.
Another.
Anyway, about that bathroom trip, I will be right back. All right, so congrats, you've made it through pretty much the first third of chapter 3 or chapter 5. I don't even know where we're at anymore. What the hell? Yeah, upsetty. That's okay.
The Eastern Hollow.
Finishing good, Bubbers?
The seal has been lifted. Deep within
Oh, those cute.
lies the runestone.
What's up, Smash? How are you? Okay. Once this dialogue ends, you can move Noctis again. Return to rest point. R3, XX. All right, I'm gonna roll backwards out of this because we're basically gonna go to Fosha Hollow. Our next goal, map-wise, is right up the hill here. Make yourself a nice straight line. It's pretty much the course you want to take. Now we can't warp strike until we get out of this zone here, and I basically just line up right with that. Sometimes there's an encounter you can grab here and a point warp. Looks like it's not coming. Oh, yep, there it is. Zoop, point. Then you can take this pathway in if you want. Nice, congratulations. The responsibility is now yours to bear.
That one was pretty close.
Which means we
a lot of work.
as well.
All right, so once this camera goes funny, I start rolling. We're gonna do 1, 2, 3, and I can start jumping again. Fight the camera a little bit here sometimes.
Stay sharp.
All right. What I'm now gonna do is I'm gonna make a save here in case things go wrong, all right? I have to pull myself out of the cave. I'd recommend making a save here so you can practice this. It feels a little bit weird to get all the imp skips in and some of the movement. It'll be good to practice. The faster you can do this section, the faster your runs are. See, I already have Blizzara slotted up.
As if danger lurks around every corner.
Yeah, it's okay. It's always good to tidy that up. Trust.
Let's see.
We're just gonna shimmy our way through the cave here.
Tight squeeze.
Huh. Maybe for you. Pretty.
Hey, Noct. Check this out.
We'll move the ferret cam back after this. But once we get out of this chapter, we're almost halfway through the run already, pretty much. So, big ups on that. I'm gonna do a couple of jumps here. I think it's like 3, and then just immediately mash circle. Jump up, warp strike, warp strike. I swap to the sword and get the second or third warp strike in there. And I'm already proceeding before I do the end battle animation. Gonna warp strike through this area. 1, 2. Pick up this area. Warp strike out of this. And my pathing is off, so I'm just going to jump through here. All right, this is imp skip. Imp skip is a little technical. It can be tricky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to interact with that wall. I'm just going to mash circle until it casts the magic. I'm going to pull out. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get to about here, turn around, put myself in front of the wall, let go of any input, and then once you see the proceed sign pop up, press and hold X. It's going to feel a little awkward. The camera's going to be laggy. Turn around, get yourself close to it, then let go. If you're holding forward, left, right, anything, you're not going to be able to get the proceed sign, or you're just going to jump through it, okay? So let's give it a shot. Mashing circle. I'm going to see the camera flip. Hold forward, spin, let go, hold. That's it. It is pretty tight. It is pretty tricky. It's going to be different on PS4 and PS5 and Xbox One. That's why I recommend practicing, but that's it. Once you get it, this saves like a 30, 40 second battle, and it gets you all ready to go. So I'm going to keep jumping forward until I'm out of the battle zone. We're going to slam a menu in. I'm going to make sure I have Mage Matchers equipped. Ragnarok. Oops. Andaga. Exosuit. Okay. I'm going to talk about this before we get into it. I'm not sure if the map goes far enough in. It does not. Okay, so what we are going to do is we're going to set up to warp strike. Actually, I'll probably just pause while we're going through it. Make sure you swap back to Ragnarok here. And go hold the run button so we can go forward. I should have made more tea. I was not efficient with my time. Camera's gonna flip, just gonna keep holding circle. Mash X when you can start jumping. We're good to go.
Over here.
All right, so our next moves are we are going to aim for the Mind Flayer and warp strike down to it with Ragnarok. Swap to Thundaga, jump forward to get those to spawn. Cast it. Make sure you turn your camera towards it so you don't fuck this up. We're gonna take the muscle stem and turn the camera back, swap to Ragnarok, hold triangle for point warp. We're gonna go up here. I'm gonna aim for this hobgoblin. You might miss. I did not. If you miss, point warp right there, try again. You'll get it on the second time. You're gonna try and get this guy. Next thing I'm gonna target is the Thunder Bomb. Warp strike to him, then we're gonna take on these imps. All right, I have extra MP, so I'm gonna toss in that second warp strike I would've used. And I'm gonna aim for the Thunder Bomb down there. While holding R1, we're gonna cycle back through here and try and get the rest of these imps. That one came to me, that's perfect. So that is the big room fight. If you do it correctly, you will not spawn anything else. You won't spawn the second Mind Flayer. You'll be good to go. All right. I'm gonna swap back to Thundaga during the cooldown animation and go forward. If you have the presence of mind in Chapter 4 to notice that you do not need to grab the lightning, do not grab it. It's free time save. Enjoy it. It's like 4 seconds. 3-4 seconds. All right. I still have an extra muscle stim. I can use it during Naga. The most important thing in this fight is to make sure you leave with a fully charged Armiger bar. Notice I don't need that much, which is totally cool. We have 1 Magitech booster. I have 2 reflex enhancers. Hopefully we get good drops next chapter. That's going to be there. Sometimes you'll get fast animation, sometimes you'll get slow, is what it is. Haven't figured that out yet. Basically, I just mash X here. Just doesn't really fucking matter what answer you give her.
Don't ask me, do it yourself.
But once you make your selection, just start mashing circle. Not like crazy. Just hit it. You notice I'm like not mashing like crazy when I say mash. There's no real need to in this game, thankfully. And then I'm already on circle. And then the first thing I'm gonna do once I see that cast animation go off is open the menu and suck down that muscle stim. I'm gonna jump and swap to Ragnarok, Warp Strike. I got a hit. Swap over to Mage Mashers. Their damage is really good and quick. Now, I'm trying to get Naga down to her HP is at the G in Naga. Perfect. This is the animation you want to see. Once she does this, get the fuck out of there. You're done. She's gonna self-destruct. That was actually probably one of the cleanest Naga fights we've ever had. Warp yourself back here, stand in front of it, and just fucking wait. That's it. Done. She'll go. She blew herself up. Touch. That's it. You're done. You're done with Fosha Hollow and Naga.
It's gonna snatch you up.
That's it. Very simple. Very, very simple. If you really want to, you can mash X here kind of casually, and that'll get the 2 dialogue boxes, one telling you like, oh, you did it, you unlocked Rama, kind of. And then the next one that you mash will teleport you back to the entrance to the cave. Pretty simple.
Will do.
Okay. Chocolate pudding. Woo, I like butterscotch. Open the menu. Gear. Ragnarok is going to be swapped out for Air Step Sword, and then Royal Raiment. I'm also going to swap back to Air Step Sword here.
Hey, it stopped raining.
Guess Rama finally got sick of showers.
Way bigger than the last one we saw.
Yeah?
Hey.
Yeah.
Well, now I can.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah?
We'll.
You sure about that?
Yeah. Thanks for the heads up. Later.
Who was that?
Cindy.
What?
Okay.
Ken. And is she? Yeah. Oh,
Guess that.
When do we?
I'd say.
Yeah. X, I jump forward once, return to rest point. It's just enough to get you out of the wall of the cave that it no longer counts that you're in a dungeon.
The thunder and lightning must have.
So we have a long way to go. We have to go all the way over here. All right, it's a good bit of movement. What I do is I roll forward and I aim to land in this little corral here.
We gotta thank the Thunder God for buying us some time.
But that time is
Now, this movement is a little bit freeform. There are a couple of ways to do it. This is just the way I've done it because it's pretty fast and consistent. Practice this. Get comfortable with it. Learn it. Live it. Live, laugh, love. Fuck that shit. Live, learn, and suffer. I'm gonna aim for that big rock all the way over there, but obviously there's a bunch of fencing in the way, so I'm just gonna try and take the tightest route possible towards it. All right, I'm gonna get an early encounter there. That's fine. If you get an encounter, just keep mashing triangle. Now, you can do the slower route, which is go to the left there, and there's another rock that can get you up onto this area, which you'll then take across that way. For me, I look for this little lip, and I can warp strike over. It's a little bit faster, and sometimes you'll get lucky and get an encounter in that secondary area that we were just in, and you can point warp right to the top of that rock, and it's pretty simple. Again, just keep an eye on your MP bar. You know, you obviously don't want to run out of MP unless you're ready to deal with it. But the cool thing is, now that you have Elixir selected, you can just R2, mash X, you'll do it. There's another little trick you can kind of do, which is not really necessary, but it does save like a 1/10 of a second or so. I'm not going to be able to do it, but yeah, I'm not going to run out of MP until early. I only see one of the bullets here, so I sadly cannot use them for our warp striking.
Safety first, everybody.
Yeah, it's only one. All right, so that'll happen occasionally. What I do is I take this left path here. And at this point, you're just kind of praying for an encounter. Chances are you get one when you stop to use an elixir. I kind of slow down maybe just a little bit here too to try and entice the game to like, hey, throw me an encounter, bruv.
Sounds like someone's caught.
Mash through that. Looks like I'm not going to get an encounter here. I'm just going to try and force one. All right, so this is just going to be slow. It is what it is. There we go.
Ready, guys?
And then swap over to your mage mashers and... Okay. Wow, that's very unfortunate. Game's just gonna shit my dick out. Yeah, but I got poison, so it's gonna slow me down, sadly. Oh, no, but yep, there it is. That sucks. This game's a jerk. I've never had that happen before, by the way, so of course something weird has to happen in the tutorial. So basically what's gonna happen is we're gonna have less movement because we get stopped by poison, whatever. This game is silly. Again, just keep an eye. You'll notice that magic staff icon. Once it goes away, you want to swap back to normal movement. It should be enough to get us to where we need to be. There's another encounter here occasionally. Wow, can this poison go the fuck away, please? Mash through it. Wow, this poison is literally lasting forever and a half. And still poisoned? Thank you. It's gone now. Swap back to your air step sword. I just go straight across.
Enemy on your left.
Hit this encounter here. Yeet through it. That's it. Go to camp.
We're here.
Very important. So we bought those choco beans and that Ketier ginger earlier. We're gonna get plump and pungent tofu. It's very, very, very important. It's gonna give us a massive stat increase at the cost of 90% of our HP. It's totally fine. We're gonna swap on the exosuit. We'll be okay. Skip this, mash X.
Our goal is the regalia. The last thing we want is to engage an entire garrison. Avoid detection at all costs.
In and out before it gets light, then.
Indeed. Even if it means leaving the task unfinished, we withdraw before we overstay.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is open the menu really quick. Mage Mashers, Ragnarok, and then exosuit down. Yeah, it's an insane boost. And because we have the Magitech exosuit, there's no downside to it.
Together on my signal. Until then, hold position.
Does Alphena know Rock Lady's on?
3, 2.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna jump twice and then just keep mashing triangle, basically. Basically around the shipping container, mash, mash, aim for this little area right there. That's exactly where it is.
Searchlights.
Mm-hmm.
We're clear. Tread warily.
And then just follow Ignis here.
Hey.
Take cover.
Alright, our next movement is going to be a warp kill, jump, warp strike, into point warp onto the giant, basically, stadium lighting pole.
Right.
Practice this movement so you get comfortable with it.
Take care of it.
I want to turn myself so I can see. Alright. Almost had it. Yo, what's up, Gloom? Alright, so I'm not going to normally do this, but I'll show you the 3 items you can get at the end of this. Alright, now we have another mech fight. Alright, so remember that from chapter 2? We're just going to do the same damn thing. Alright? But we have to start immediately doing other things afterwards. I'm going to try and pause as we go through it. So our first focus is this mech fight. Just basically as soon as you can get to it, right there, swap over to Ragnarok. Shield, lock. I lock because there's a whole lot going on here. I jump over this leg, and I'm going to try and take these first 3 Magitech swordsmen out, okay? These are our priorities. 1, 2, I didn't get him, 3. Now, they really pulled away, so I'm going to do the safe strat. I don't have time to do the cutscene skip strat, so I'm just basically going to try and position myself here. I'm going to just toss this magic. We should be okay here. Got everybody. Looks good. Point warp up here. I take the guy in the back first. We got 1 muscle stim. I don't think I saw much of anything else, sadly. So I'm definitely going to need to grab... You can... Alright, so here's the deal. You can grab 2 items of the 3 without losing time in this area. There's technically 4 items, depending on what you need. But I never grab the Mega Phoenix because you're never going to need money. Point warp to these stairs here, and jump over the railing. I am in air step sword here. This is all about movement to the next area. We're going to point warp up to that little bridge thing. 1, 2, 3. Spin the camera, cut back. And if you do it right, I cut it too sharp. You can point warp a couple more times there. Swap over to Ragnarok. What I'm going to do is I'm going to either point warp to the right or left, then warp strike the generator. Alright, and then you need to do 1 hit afterwards. I swap to the air step sword so I have my movement back. Mash your text box. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, and then wait for the summon. Then I'm going to start mashing after we skip the cutscene. Mash triangle, and I hold like down right. Another reflex enhancer. That is reflex enhancer 3. That is good enough. So for me, what I would do, I know that I already have the reflex enhancers that I need. I have 3. 1 more is 4. Magitech booster, 1 more is 2. So for me, I have enough muscle stimulants. It's on the low side, but I have enough. I would prefer to carry an extra Magitech booster because in late game, they're going to save you time because of movement. And reflex enhancers are really only good for the chapter 6 magic that we need. That gives us 4, which is comfortable. Not bare minimum, but comfortable. You can do it with 3. It's very sketchy. I'm going to show you how to get all of them. So I'm going to do Magitech booster next.
Pretty sweet busting up that base.
Now, it's very important to do the movement like this, otherwise you can potentially get stuck and it sucks.
Whatever, I'm calling it that.
So normally for me, I would just take these 2 and we're done just based on my needs. But I will show you how to go and get the muscle stim as well. Obviously, if you're getting the muscle stim and reflex enhancer, just go straight here. Point warp where you can. And there's that. Now, if you're just doing Magitech booster, instead of going back this way, just cut across from that corridor over there, you know what I'm saying? And there's the car. Skip your cutscene, and then just mash the menu button here. Once it opens up, we're gonna fast travel back to Stalin. That's all of Chapter 5. It's, in my opinion, one of the more technical chapters. Study it, mark it, learn to love it.
encourages all citizens to refrain from any unnecessary travel for the time being.
Anyway. What's up? Anywho, we're gonna make our way back to the Laval. Is this the Laval? I think it's the Laval. Yeah. Gonna have some triangle dialogue to mash here. Skip this cutscene. Boom, you're done. Chapter 5 is officially fucking over. Skip this cutscene. We're gonna wait and load in again, then we'll have another cutscene. Whew. All right, now is your chance for questions, children. By the way, at this point, run's like pretty much halfway over. We're about. No, not quite. We're about an hour and 48 in, almost halfway there. At the end of chapter 6, we'll be halfway through the run. Back to the car, and what I do is I hold up left and just roll. 90% of the time, it puts me right next to Iris.
Ready to roll?
Hold X, you're good to go.
Filled her
Move the ferret cam back because it really just don't matter.
Morning. Who's ready to kick some ass?
Roll.
Looking at the regalia really reminds me of home.
It sure doesn't look like any of the cars you see around here.
And it's a lot roomier, too. I can't imagine trying to cram 5 people, including Gladdy, into one of those things. Have you ever ridden in one?
Yes!
Say we have.
Good news!
There was barely enough room for our luggage.
No, not at all, Gloom. Y'all can
goodness
literally
you guys
ask
could give me a
questions.
lift.
Please ask me
Think the others
questions.
made it to Kayam all right?
I suppose we'll find out when we get there.
Bubba, CNN terminates its contract with senior political commentator Rick Santorum after the former senator drew backlash for remarks he made about the influence of Native American culture on the U.S. Fuck you, Rick Santorum, you dumb shit. But anyway, yeah, does anyone have any questions about the run? Please. Anyway, fuck that guy.
Check it out.
Google what a
See that?
Santorum is. You'll know what I mean.
That's the Rock of Ravito. I'm like 90% sure.
Not 100.
If you travel previously down the map below and around, can't you fast travel to parts in the story? What? Run that by me again? Talk to me like I'm dumb. I am. I am very dumb. Yes, that's me. Very dumb.
Thank you for driving, Ignis.
Pleasure.
Are you the only one that drives?
I can drive.
Are there frame precise techniques in this game? Pretty close. You have like less than like a half a second to make the input for imp skip.
Right? Right. But there's no way the big guy's taking
Yeah,
any
you
chances with
can
his little sister
fast
car.
travel to places once you've unlocked them. Doubt it, Gloom. Doubt it. I need 1,000 subscribers on YouTube anyway. I'll never make a cent off of YouTube.
Sure you don't need a break?
I'm okay.
You are sandwiched in back there.
Have Prompto suffer instead.
Really, it's fine. No suffering here.
If you say so.
Yeah, this drive is story locked as far as I know.
I got some bad news, guys.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I need like 600 more subscribers. I got a while to go.
Knocked.
Relax. We've got this.
Okay, so it's time to infiltrate Fort Valeroy. Yes, for Volvo really, exactly. Okay. So I'm just gonna jump and warp strike our way there. It's gonna be faster. Not by much, but it'll be faster.
Iris.
Also dealing with cars and traffic, never fun. So I'm already mashing the jump button.
Careful, Noct. Only fools rush in. I suggest we review our intelligence and devise a plan.
You know what's up, North? We're doing the tutorial today, and this is definitely the chapter to ask questions. I have a lot of time to kill with this chapter.
It would behoove us to cut.
I'm aiming for the far corner of the building.
Oh, looks the same as before.
Looks can be deceiving.
Beat them once. They won't make it easy this time.
And neither will we.
That was a little early.
You think Iris is doing all right? She is all alone.
She's a good. She'll be fine.
We were talking about Mike Jones earlier, though. A little bit of interesting speed tech coming up here.
She's tough, but I'd feel better if we got this over with and got back on the road.
As we make our way up this ramp here, I'm gonna recommend you target that guy up there.
This'll be quick.
And that's it. Just roll right into there. Mash through the dialogue, and you're gonna press up or down, and then S.
Oh
yeah.
Knocked. Are you prepared?
Operation To Catch a Commander is go.
The insolence of that up-jumped mercenary.
Mike Jones' favorite move
This cannot be borne.
in the SMT series is Sukama.
Good name.
Sukama Dick.
Let's follow him. Seize him on
All right,
signal.
so this is actually a stealth section. You do not want to fail this. So just follow along at home. Warp kill this guy, and then basically whichever point warp you have lined up, go to there. You can point warp to that one. You're not going to get caught. Just don't run into this guy. Take him out. Point warp across, and then if you're... Don't do the jump like I do, you can just do that. Keep crossing over. Up the stairs. Mithril shaft. You don't have to do this, but if you want to practice your movement in the game, you can do a little bit of parkour and net yourself 200 extra gil. Alright, so we got some menuing to do. Yawn and make sure no one understands a single word coming out of my mouth. Anyway, we've got some menuing to do. And this is another break in the game. Roll there. Alright, Ascension. I'm gonna go here first. Magic. Magic level. If you still have 52 AP or more, grab Warp Factor 2 while you're here. It'll save you some time for the next chapter. Elemency. We're going to make 99 lightning, 33 fire. Now, this isn't going to be the same every time you do it. You need, at minimum, 3 reflex enhancers. That's still risking it. 4 is preferred, or 2 Magitech boosters. I will always use reflex enhancers unless I have no other option. Save your Magitech boosters. 1, if you have at least 1 Magitech booster and 1 muscle stim for chapter 7, you can save a shit ton of time. So we're gonna make this. We're gonna equip it down. Air Step Sword is gonna get replaced with Mage Mashers. Amulet is gonna go over top of Armiger Accelerator. Magitech Exosuit is gonna go to Royal Raiment, no jacket. You notice we basically are boosting our magic stat as much as possible. We're basically relying on this magic to go off 5 times and do enough damage that we can knock out Aranea with a Warp Strike in the middle of it from Ragnarok, and that's that. So we have a bunch of time to kill now as we wait for this. If you have any questions about the run so far or any of the strategies or anything like that, now's the time to ask and we'll cover it. Nope. They are not DLC on the PC.
I'll give Highwind one last chance to respond. Stand guard here. If the Commodore arrives, send her through.
We still have some time here. Yes, PC Windows Edition is Royal Edition plus pretty much all of the DLC except like Ardyn. That's pretty much it. I'm gonna make sure I have Mage Mashers equipped here, just for movement. We're gonna do a lot of movement directly out of this, okay? If you wanna be really cool, you can just...
Now's your chance, Noct. Closing from behind.
Once that dialogue starts, you can just kind of run out and warp him.
Alive. Don't worry.
All right, our next goal is to point warp up to one of the bridges, and then warp strike twice. We need to conserve MP so we can knock this generator out quickly.
Guess it's time to
Okay.
let loose.
1, 2. I kind of shorted myself. Swap over to Ragnarok. Aim for that barrier in Gladio. Another mech fight, same as usual. Okay. Oops. Now after this, we're gonna jump a few times, warp strike against the generator, warp back, and then finish it off. You want to make sure it's dead, swap to Thundara. You don't want to have to interact with it. You lose so much time if you do. Mash through Ignis's dialogue with triangle. Now we're gonna run out. If you're super nervous, if you have muscle stims to waste, feel free to use one. I've never, like, say you have to use like a 3 reflex enhancer. Skip this cutscene, mash circle, jump back, Ragnarok, warp strike, good. I was a little slow on that because I was trying to explain it, but literally you can just Ragnarok warp strike the second you cast that magic. If things go wrong,
Sorry.
and figure it out. To be honest, what you're gonna try and do is just try and warp strike Aranea when she's not in the air and bait her into attacking you, so you can do like a block and parry and then just smash her into the ground and then warp strike her from there. Just try and combo your way out of it.
What the hell was she?
I'm gonna mash triangle, get the heck out of here.
I'm still worried.
I imagine,
but we shouldn't.
That's it. That's really all the action of chapter 6. To be honest, congrats. Run's halfway over officially time-wise now, pretty much.
You're back. Did you kick their asses?
Oh yeah.
All in a day's work.
Hey, mind if I hang in your guys' room for a bit?
No.
Oh, hey, it's me.
Not a bad
Oh
shot.
no. What's for dinner? These nuts. Nice.
Let's hit it.
Sure.
All right. Cool.
And away we go.
There we go. I'm gonna turn on the hot water for tea stuff. Fill me with questions.
I could have gone another round.
given her prowess, you should be glad you didn't.
Yeah, the Loki guy was nothing compared to her.
Though we may not have fared so well without the Marshal.
Think things would have gone differently if he were here now?
Well, she offered to play again. Maybe we'll get the chance to find out.
16? Hell yeah. 16's hopefully dope. I like the downtime, to be honest. Because I can get up and make tea and go to the bathroom like I just did.
Is it me or is this place begging to be explored?
Never been one to turn down an invitation.
If what they
It's so fast. How's Roman Grosjean doing?
Then we might just find what we're looking for here.
Fuck me. I just got up. Bubba, I need... Still. Yes.
Are you guys excited to visit Altisha or what?
I don't know the easiest way to deal with this problem right now.
We're not going on vacation.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Iris?
Something wrong?
What? No, I'm fine. I'm not jealous. I just had a lot of fun hanging out with you guys. But that'll all be in the past once we hit Kayam.
What are you
I've
talking
made a mess
about?
in the middle of my
Hang out
tutorial.
anytime, right?
Yeah.
It works, don't laugh. Yeah. Nah, this is straight.
Let's pull over for a sec.
So you don't have access to the
I
type.
gotta give the driver a break every now and then.
If you say so.
Wonder why no one ever thought of that before.
Because no one
Yeah,
ever
too
had
hot.
little sister along for the ride.
Look behind me. How this guy's. Good. Alright, fresh tea time.
Smells like there's salt in the air.
Sea breeze. We're on the water.
Wow. It's beautiful.
Picture perfect.
Get a load of this beautiful view.
Yeah, like something out of a dream.
Just don't fall asleep on me.
Wow. Look at that bridge up ahead.
Some piece of work right there.
The rivers run wide out here, so the bridges run long.
Guess I'll see it when we cross.
Perfectly timed. I'm back with fresh tea. Doubtful.
Want to get a closer
Yeah,
look?
we spent like $1.20 and we got no meat, but I also spent like $30 on fucking allergy meds. Ashen, I was looking for you. Are you available to commentate next weekend?
More or less.
Gladdy, don't you
For some reason, I don't have you in like my DMs anymore, and I couldn't track you down through other ways.
What occasion?
I do my part.
The only thing that would help speed up the driving sections would be getting some of like the speed up options, but those are all side quests and they take forever. I don't even remember when you get access to the first one. I think it's like the wax or something.
Sure is. Thanks for the lift, Ignis.
My pleasure.
Can't wait to see my buddy Talcott.
We made it.
Alright, gonna go and hang out with Cindy here. We're gonna drop off Iris. We have done our
Ought to
babysitting.
be a nice view.
What's up?
Knew it was y'all. Thanks for the ride. It was fun.
How's the boat?
Pawpaw's tinkering away. Reckon he'll be tinkering for some time.
Trouble at sea.
Seen her share. By
Yeah,
the
Roman
looks of
Grosjean
it.
went to Indy.
Some
He actually got
parts
a
need to
pole
fix,
last
others
week.
need replacing.
An overhaul.
Don't y'all?
Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, because they told me to like track you down. I was like, I've been busy the past week or so. I was like, hey, I didn't. they're like, well, that's weird. We talked to him. I was like, then why are you asking me to fucking reach out? Come on.
Worry, Papa ain't going nowhere till the job's done. Parts won't fetch themselves, though.
But cool. You're good to have you again.
Y'all wouldn't mind helping out with
I think
that?
you'll be with Barbados and Alphena.
To tell the truth, we already got a couple hands on deck. Dustin and Monica. Those two have been real swell.
Some well-knowledged runners and a lore expert would be a good time.
Trouble is, they ain't had much luck finding a certain something by the name of
Mithril.
Apparently, the stuff's hard to come by around these parts. At least according to the little fella from the city.
Talcott?
You betcha. Sharp as a tack.
There's a lot of lore in this game. All right, so I want to try and body block Cindy right about here, so she's not too far away, and it's going to give us the straightest line access
Our house is over here, right this way.
to Talcott. See, there's a few things in our way, but this is as close as you can get to Talcott. Hey, there's literally books about this game.
I think remember the water? It said you.
There's an anime, book, a movie.
Just give us a second.
Okay.
Don't let the idiots at IGN tell you this is a bad game. It's a very good game.
So, yeah. Gonna have to ask you to handle this boat business without me.
Say what?
I got some business of my own to deal with.
We're gonna go left here. Ask how long. It's the quickest dialogue option.
Not long enough for you to miss me.
Boink, and we get AP. Yeah, Derek. All right, chapter 6 done. Chapter 7 has seen a lot of changes. This is the big one. Load in after you skip the cutscene, holding R2.
The waterfall cave was right around here.
That means the lake should be somewhere north of here.
Be wary, though. Where we go, the Empire seems to follow.
Another fresh cup of tea brewing here. And we are manual drive, so we're going to save as much time as we possibly can here.
Lockdown.
They all but turned the key and left the gates open for us, as if awaiting our arrival.
And if anyone's waiting for us, I bet it's that guy.
Chancellor Izunia.
Can't complain, as long as he lets us in.
Who's to say he'll let us out? Not to mention we're a man down. Would that the Marshal were with us.
Oh yeah. Whatever happened to that guy?
As I understand it, he's
there you
put his
go.
tomb
That's
raiding
good.
on hold to help the hunters take care of some troublesome
Barbie's good people.
beasts.
No rest for the immortal.
Okay, so what I'm looking for is you're going to see a series of bushes, like these little things. I want to hit park at the last one, so like right there.
Everybody out.
We're going to trigger a... There they are. Whew, give me a heart attack.
An Imperial
We're going to trigger an encounter here, and then we're going to run away from it and despawn it, basically. So I'm going to roll back here. I'm also going to grab probably the most important item in the run here, which is the platinum ingot. You can first-person view it. I just wanted to show it off. And then just keep going out of our way here, then return to car. You'll notice that the encounter is now gone, which is good. We don't want to have to get into that fight. Auto, map point, stick it right around here, somewhere in this area. And I'm going to immediately start menuing. Our first thing we want to do is make sure we have enough money to buy 99 sheep's milk. So I'm going to take care of that. Doesn't matter what you sell. To be honest, just sell all your treasures. I'm going to go main menu, element C. All of our fire goes into this. 99 sheep's milk. Okay. Then I'm going to equip this by equipping Blizzard on the bottom. Mage Masters get swapped out for Air Step Sword. We're going to go back to Royal Raiment. Coming out of this, we're going to hit up Ascension and grab Warp Factor 2 if you haven't already. Mash back out, open the shop, continue selling the rest of your treasures. You need to hold none of these. Get rid of all of them. any spare auto parts. When this dialogue comes up, don't do anything until it loads in, and then not now. And then just go back to menuing. Just be careful to not mash through it. You're going to create a problem if you do. So let's continue selling the rest of this stuff here. I'm also going to sell bulletproof suit if you have it. You only need 2 amulet, 1 garnet bracelet. Everything else, get rid of it. If you have any spare reflex enhancers, you can sell them here as well. You're going to buy more sheep's milk. Now for me, I bring a total of 6 Phoenix down with me. And basically I want to have no more than 5,500, but no less than 5,000 gil. So there's that. And we're gonna get moving towards our next goal.
I could get used to having all this room back here. I'll let the big guy know you said so.
Now, the way I do this makes Chapter 8 sketchier. But Chapter 8 is always sketchy. I would rather take the potential... I think I'm 30 to 40 seconds faster than everyone else in this chapter, roughly. Make sure you get this encounter here. You don't want to get stuck in that strategy. It sucks. Just continue working your way past the swamp. I start pushing right here because you will get like another encounter. And you can, if you line yourself up right, you can potentially get the point warp, which is nice. Yep. Aim for that rock right there. All right. Any questions so far?
Splendid, but fear not. Well, come along then. Don't stray too far.
Warp strike our way forward towards stay lift growth.
See as you're now a trio. Fear not, I'll be but a moment.
Now, next movement, we're just gonna roll forward and interact with the shopkeeper.
All clear.
I mean, maybe. Buy the ice brand, and then just kind of make sure you get away from Ardyn. Interact with Aranea.
You're the new recruits.
Just mash
for
X.
Special training. Nice cover, runaway prince. At ease, recruits. There's nothing in it for this ex-mercenary.
Yo, what's up, ninnies?
Let's get this show on the road.
Good girl.
Bad about your training? Well, I'm being paid to escort you.
What you up
Just
to
watch
today?
yourselves in there.
I trust you'll be civil. Commodore Aranea Highwind, I leave them to you.
Yee. What were you up to today? What's going on?
Sundown won't do you any
All right.
good. If you're looking, hold down.
Talk
the
to
fort.
Biggs. Roll.
What kind of police?
Oh, nice. So Monster Hunter and Smash Brothers. That's good.
Head inside.
Seeing a way in.
Park yourself in front of the door. Elemency. All of your ice. All the sheep's milk. And we're gonna go to equip. Or we're gonna go up and put Blade of the Mystic on top, up, and exosuit.
Time of day.
I swap over to Ragnarok.
I can smell
This chapter 7 is difficult.
Didn't I tell
It
you?
is very precise,
Let's do it.
and there's a lot going on. I'm gonna do my best to try and explain it.
Who?
I'd recommend making a save here and practicing
How
it.
far does this
Huh?
go? Yeah. Finally. I thought it'd never. Who left the lights on?
I have I forget what my times are, but they're absurdly fast. Okay. Sneak those 2 Warp Strike in and then swap to Blizzara. Now we're gonna try and get this encounter here. Launch the Blizzara, centered within the enemies, so right here. And then 2 Warp Strikes over to here, swap back to the sword, interact with it before you get the cooldown. Okay? That after battle animation will lose you so much time over the course of the run. Like literally the amount of animations I skip just from after battle is like almost a minute.
Practicing your vows.
Again, keep it nice and tight. I have Ragnarok here and I'm gonna start jumping and attempting to warp strike. You can get 2 in there, the most you can get. Swap back to Blizzara. And do the same damn thing with this next fight. All right? I like to actually move a little bit further past just so I don't have to spend the time adjusting my aim.
Nice.
Right here, perfect. I'm gonna take one sword warp out and then not get stuck on that wall.
Something not quite right
Brutal.
with the Empire lately.
It's not
do that. I have Ragnarok. I'm gonna change, and this is gonna swap to Thundara. We're gonna take a second or two here to explain bridge skip.
Really?
Okay.
What would you do if you left the
So,
army?
where I am right
I
now,
was a mercenary once.
if I were to jump from
Maybe
that
I'll
point,
round up my
I
men
would
and hunt
fail.
demons for cash.
See the outside line. So basically what you're looking at is this line right
The
here
Emperor, a new
that
high
I'm like
commander.
straddling.
Is it
This
safe?
one. It lines up with my head. You want to jump right, like just after, but just before the front of that. Okay, that'll get you bridge skip. Just like that. I'm gonna swap over to Blade of the Mystic. You can do the strength strat. I don't know how to do it because I'm an idiot, so I just kind of bumble along. But, hi Ninny friends. If y'all don't know Ninnies, make sure to give them some love. Fabulous streamer, a very good boy. Boop. There they are. Yeah, we have our fight. So I'm going to try and do is knock out all the creme brulees and then deal with the Iron Giant. Nice crit. I'm going to try and pull back.
Come on then.
Good crit, saving us. Okay, so we are going to get the glitch here. We're going to hit them with lightning. And this fight is actually over, but we're going to skip the bridge rebuilding animation, which actually saves us time.
Never too many stairs.
Normally, you'll have like a cutscene where the bridge rebuilds itself, blah, 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 blah. The reason that works is we killed everything quick enough. We did the creme brulees in order. I didn't overkill the giant. And I was up in the air on a point warp when battle ended. Now, don't go jumping right through here. You will fall down this hole. You will, I promise you, every time. Now you can go. I'm swapped over to Ragnarok already. I'm gonna do 2 warp strikes through this area.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Then we're gonna have 3 more here.
Let's go.
Right.
1,
Seems they don't want us
2,
to cross.
3.
Maybe we shouldn't.
I have Ragnarok still. I'm gonna do a quick menu. We're gonna have Blade of the Mystic swap for Icebrand, and then back to Blizzara here, and swap to Blizzara. All right.
It's a crossroads.
The big change in how I do this chapter is coming up in the second room. Room 1 has stayed the same. Just cast your magic, go. I can warp strike once through there. I'm gonna swap to Ragnarok, and then this is going to get swapped to Blizzaga. We're already in battle already. Muscle Stim, Magitech booster. I'm gonna lock onto this creme brulee here, jump back, Ragnarok. Target the next one, Ragnarok. It fucked me. They both fucked me. Son of a bitch. All right, well, that didn't work the way it was supposed to at all. I'm just gonna improvise. Wow, everything fighting me. I'm even gonna get even more weirded out by that. Anyway, that was slow. Basically, you want everything to stay in place. Nothing did, of course. The next one is we're gonna swap over to this Blizzaga here. And very important, I'm gonna drop it right in the center. Swap to Ragnarok, turn your camera right, and start locking on. You're like, well, Kios, there's like 4 things. What do I lock onto on the right side? Don't worry, the magic's gonna wipe out all the creme brulees. So you can warp strike and then ice brand, like 2-3 hits, it'll kill it. Same thing here. Be very careful coming out of this fight. Do not overstep the boundaries. Okay? You want to get out here and then go as hard left as you can, rubbing up against this wall. All right?
Yeah, right on.
Basically, as long as you're staying kind of in that area and not throwing yourself out into the center of the lane, you are going to prevent Quetzalcoatl from spawning. Keep it nice and left. Keep it nice and tight.
Oh,
okay?
Spacious.
That's it. That's Quetz skip. Just literally stay left.
The harder they fall.
If you get Quetz, good luck. I don't really have any good ideas for fighting it. No, you don't really have anything spare to throw at it, sadly. You're just kind of screwed. You could try and get Armiger and do OG Armiger strats, but your damage is going to be low, so good luck. Just jump, pick up the mithril. Now just mash triangle.
That concludes our business here.
Aranea,
You said the...
listen.
Empty.
They're born of darkness.
Will do.
All right, coming out of this, keep mashing triangle. I got an extra warp strike early.
Ah, fresh air. Made it out in one piece.
Yeah, good luck. That doesn't always work.
Congrats.
Also, if I do not get quet skip, my run's immediately over.
Oh, right. Thanks.
Keep mashing triangle here.
And I'll train you some more if our paths cross again. Oh, and before I forget, His Excellency instructed me to give you boys a ride back. If you need a lift, feel free to hop on.
Well,
Nocta.
And?
Where to her friend?
Uh-huh. And that'll take care of our boat problem.
Once
Oh,
you're
word.
rested and ready, I suggest we hasten back to Lestalem. Make sure you're prepared.
The second you can warp strike, no.
Say goodbye to such a nice fishing spot. Want to see what's riding before we bolt?
You're headed to...
Got it.
So...
And tell Aranea you want to go. Pretty simple.
A red ship.
We'll talk about Chapter 8 techniques here. So I run this, like I said, very aggressively. I will gladly take every second I can steal from Chapter 7 because Chapter 8's a shit show anyway. Chapter 8, you're going to probably lose time like 50% of the time anyway, so why not just do it the old school way and still potentially have the option to save time. It's still 50-50.
Rise and shine, Prince Charming. We're here.
All right. Coming out of this, we're going to get a menu.
Sounds like a spot of trouble's popped up at the power plant. Wish I could help, but I'm powerless to do anything I'm not ordered to. I'll leave the keeping of the peace to you.
Of course.
We got this.
Good luck, boys.
All right, my next goals are to jump out of this to save like 1/10 of a second to get some extra movement. And I want to change.
Oh, that's the only one. And if anyone stands a fighting chance,
Exactly, Nora. You've gotten it.
Forget about fashion and go.
I want to swap to left item there. Menu quick. We're gonna go ice brand or ice step, air step. Dual cast fire.
Testing. Do you read me? Just wanted to thank you for offering to clear out those demons. That'll give me time to
practice this chapter. Learn to read enemy movement. The less mistakes you make, the better.
I imagine there are too many for one to handle.
Okay.
But 2 of you should be fine.
This is like the shortest chapter in the run, but it is make or break for the run. All right.
Too much power and the whole place.
Get comfortable with it.
So be quick.
Understand the Garcia Macera's attacks and movements. Okay, just watching this tutorial once ain't gonna help you. Get your hands dirty. Practice. It's a short chapter anyway. No excuse.
So, you might back up.
I thought we were partners.
Anyway, place is crawling with demons.
Swap to Fyra. My first goal is going to be the Garcia Macera. Then I warp strike around in a circle. Elixir. Reverse order. Finish with a Fyra.
Save the talk. We got hunting to do. Now, if we're done
Alexa,
with the
shut up.
Follow me.
Busy here.
There they are. You ready to rumble?
Turn the camera.
Yeah.
And I have the Garcia Macera targeted. It jumped. Wait for it to land. So that one was a pretty easy read. When they start flashing, they're gonna jump. Just don't cast magic. Wait until they land. All right. So the goblins did not stack up in a good way for me. They're just kind of spread out way too far. Not horrible, but not the fastest. Okay. Second wave spawning. Goblin done. Work our way back around and hope no one moves too crazy. Looks like the Garcia Macera is staying in its spot, which is pretty nice. which is good for me. I'm just gonna chase this guy down. He's literally right there. 1, 2, easy. That was very, very clean. Things can go very wrong. The only thing I can tell you is just don't panic. Put your head down. Use the elixirs as you need to. You should have at least a minimum of like 13 or 14. Don't be afraid to abuse them. For me, on PC in game time, anything below like 3 minutes, 3 seconds is really good there. Pretty clean. Gonna mash through the second set of dialogue, and once you gain control of Noctis, back to the car. Sometimes your camera angle's great here, sometimes it's trash. Mine is good. Auto, quest location, Brave New World. All right, we have one more important skip in this chapter, and we're on to chapter 9. Any other questions so far?
Really looking forward to hear this.
All right.
I'll pretend I didn't.
Seaside supermodel skip. Roll away from the car as normal.
Girl cooks for you.
Follow this pathing as precisely as you can. Okay. Do not change anything. Do not interact with anything. Just literally do this. Okay. Make your way up the right side of the railing here. Grab this item, Maiden's Kiss. Now beeline right for the objective. Okay? Wheel around this rock, fine. As long as you do not deviate from that path and you pick up the item in a timely manner, you will not get the Seaside Supermodel dialogue. Yeah, we get it in chapter 13, only to crash it. Yeah, we need to smash it to 1,000,000 pieces. Mash through, skip your cutscene here. Now, a little bit of housekeeping. You don't have to do this. I just do it because it's a force of habit. And, you know, I trust this game literally 0%. I'm going to push Prompto out of the way here. Just get him out of my way. I want nobody to, like, get anywhere near me while I'm trying to get out of this elevator and moving. I'm going to pick up this item here, which is a Heliodor bracelet. It's very important.
Look, Prince Noctis.
And then I'm going to jump over the side of this railing. Skip the cutscene. Walk to core, mash, roll backwards. Should be one jump. Place you right here. Hold X. That's it.
On board.
End of chapter 8. You'll see this pop up. Skip this cutscene, mash. You're done. He still has his boat. Boat never goes anywhere. All right. Yeah, the immortal dogs and Carbuncle, technically. Skip the cutscene. Mash triangle. Skip the conversation. Get a little bit of a break here now. So again, open for questions, concerns. Chapter 9 is pretty damn technical. Chapter 10, not very. Chapter 11, pretty technical.
Awakening the Hydrian would be clarified in the ceremonial address.
Got a signal.
Delivering the address will be Lady Lunafreya, who was previously reported dead. This will mark her first public appearance since the violence that befell the signing ceremony.
Lady Lunafreya's gonna give a speech?
Sounds like it.
Lord knows. This world could use some wisdom.
Won't be much longer now, Noct.
Yeah.
Does this vessel have an entry permit?
Entry permit?
Relax. I got one. Here.
That's as old as they get. Seems in order. You may pass.
prepared in advance.
Could say that.
Altisha? Yeah, go live in Venice.
That's what the guy meant
Same
by
place.
old.
Lucky us.
All right.
That could have ended badly.
I position my camera far out, and the number I'm looking for is 340. If your eyes are quick enough and you can count the frames, once you hit 340, skip cutscene. And second cutscene, I mash jump here and hold forward.
What's next?
And immediately, I'm gonna menu. So basically, you're just gonna mash it, and then you're gonna go casual, outfit, no jacket. This is Heliodor and Garnet. That's it.
What do you mean?
Just keep moving forward. Mash X and triangle. The movement in Altisha is very important. Try not to fuck it up, otherwise you're gonna have problems. Okay?
Hopeless. We are.
If you deviate from any of the pathways that I use, jump, hold backwards, you're gonna end up with extra dialogue, extra bullshit, and extra people stopping you and talking to you, and it's a major problem. All right, I'm gonna cut straight here. Wiggle around these trash cans, cut back across here. Main reason for doing that is we're trying to avoid those two ladies who will tell you about Luna Freya's dress and blah, blah, blah. You lose 15 seconds. Sucks. I'm gonna aim for this shop lady over here. Just straight jump. X by 1, 2, 3, 4 up. Hold right. Okay. The reason why I left chapter 7 with a very particular amount of gil is so I can get the exact amount of power EXs I need. I will not run out. The bare minimum you need is 7. All right. So you basically can just get to that point, hold right, and then X. I roll out of the dialogue, jump or run into this one. Do not roll. It wastes time.
Uncertain, yet sure is the astral memory,
Again, efficiency. Shout outs to Nier Automata for teaching me that. We have 2 dialogue boxes to close, and I'm already running out the door. Jump and head to Gondola. All right. Gondola! 2 down. We're going to Magoo. Yo, thank you, Mock. How are you today? Mash triangle. Skip the ride.
Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
When you need a
Very,
ride
very
back.
true. Also has the shop routing. Hell yeah. Good internet. Yeah, I'm very efficient with a lot of this run. I try not to waste any time. Interact with Wescom, mash triangle. Then you're going to go down X when the dialogue boxes show up, right? That's it. That's all. I'm going to actually start turning the camera a little bit to the left here. And holding in the direction of Camellia.
I heard about your
Hold circle, mash X, whatever. Mash your triangle.
First, you should. And what? Yet if you've a mind to talk, come to my estate.
Keep mashing. The second you gain control of Noctis again, you see him wiggle a little bit. Return to rest point, which is going to be the hotel, ironically. Run forward, and what I do is mash X the second I can jump. Make your way left up the stairs. Left up the stairs. Left up the stairs. Do not try and shortcut this. If you jump over that, Prompto will stop you and talk to you about taking photos someplace. Just literally follow exactly what I do. Trust me, I have the fastest chapter 9 on every fucking console. All right? Just believe in me. Have faith. And even jump past this. Just make sure your X is quick there. Easy. Negotiation time. Also, what games do we want to play tonight? I don't think we'll have Youngblood tonight because Destiny 2 stuff. Yeah, I know. Youngblood doesn't love me anymore. That's fine. Oracle coins are useless.
Thank you for coming.
No sweat.
He's like, nah.
First things first. Are you and Wescom lovers?
If you want
That's
gossip,
okay.
go to a cafe. I, for one, am here for business.
Right.
Those circumstances have changed. Both the king and the oracle are finally in Altisha.
You said that you have Luna in your care.
Right.
I want to see
Yeah,
her
pay
now.
attention, Derek.
So
Hell, you might
hasty.
even have a respectable
Surely you
time
can
after
spare
this.
A moment to talk. Now, let me ask some questions of Mary. Why does the oracle
Damn
seek
right, I'm
your
right. I can't remember the time I was goddamn right.
Doesn't matter why she's
Like to
doing
get to your
this.
farm before
So the
11?
oracle
Yeah, it's
can do as she
potentially doable.
pleases. A precarious attitude to take before God.
Depends. I think this probably has
Maybe
like 2 hours.
The potential
2
chaos
hours left.
worries me. You know better than
The worst
most what
part
took
is I just
place in Lucis with
memorialized
Archean.
dunking on
Tell me,
Derek.
What happened?
Down, cheeky.
The big guy woke up and went on a trip.
Really, a mild way.
That's
to
the
put it.
Imperial Medal of Honor,
It will
Norkid.
most likely come to war. However, I don't care to host a battle.
We'll get
on
to
my
those.
soil.
Those are important in the run.
gods and the Empire be damned.
Right. So it's 3 right, 1 down, 5 right,
You'd suggest I
2
accept
default.
My city's destruction. Nothing of worth to contribute. Without further ado,
to the
let us
right,
talk
to the
terms.
right, to the
If you wish
right.
to hold the right, you must ensure my citizens' safety and aid in their evacuation.
Nah, can't be bothered.
Come now, we both know you want the right. I will pretend that was a joke. And that is not all. Once the right has begun, I will not be accountable for what follows. You are on your own.
Act worried, to the right.
Well, that puts us in a bind.
Likewise, let me rephrase.
We're gonna go right
When
again.
the right concludes, you are responsible for the oracle's
Just to be clear,
welfare.
we're doing you a
That is
favor.
all for the terms. To review, you are to ensure our citizens' safety and engage the Empire. Do we have an agreement?
I'm gonna try my best with the Leviathan fight.
A final warning. Though I doubt
Basically, sometimes it
My
works
dear
out,
Miss, my
sometimes it
citizens,
doesn't. It
should
just
any
kind of
harm
is what it
befall them,
is.
there will be a
Just learn to
reckoning.
play with it and
For
learn
both
what the
king
perfect
and
fight is.
oracle.
Learn how to deal with ones that aren't. Default, emphasize with position.
You do what you must for your people.
At this point, you can just
You're
mash
just
X.
like your father.
Thanks.
Thanks.
You've made the right decision.
Madam, it's time.
Madam,
Assign
it's
3
time.
of your own for the evacuation effort. Whom you choose is up to you. According to our intel, the Imperial
What are we
fleet
doing
will
for
be
dinner,
4
Boogers?
warships strong. Steel yourselves for a full-scale battle.
Good answer.
This meeting didn't
Yeah.
instill me with confidence,
for dinner?
but we must make do.
What? Yeah, Leviathan can be a bit of a shitbird. It's okay. Just learn to work around it. Learn to what to look for it.
I can't promise something I can't help.
Of course. You certainly opened up to them, though.
What can I say? I have a soft spot for the young and tragic. They've lost Regis.
I don't frickin'
They've lost the
know.
crystal. Was it so long ago the last oracle was taken from them? We've seen
Mayhaps.
the Empire go mad these 10-odd years.
Fastest dialogue options. Shoutouts to Rudy who... No, you're talking about pasta.
During the rite, we must see to it the Empire does not harass Leviathan.
Gonna be tough to pull off before the king receives her power.
And with 3 of us on evacuation detail.
Indeed, the best we can realistically do is to help the Hydrian help herself.
What kind of help you talking about?
Just like Titan, the Empire will seek to immobilize Leviathan.
Oh, with the harpoon things?
If we can dislodge them from the goddess, she will have a fighting chance.
Sounds good in theory, but don't push it. It's pointless, unless you can get that blessing.
Stay flexible, stay alert.
All right, will do.
Big snack time. But yeah, fastest dialogue options. At this point, we don't really need AP or experience. All right, waiting to skip this cutscene. Yeah, German's dialogue is incredibly long. Incredibly long.
If worst comes to worst.
All right. No, level really doesn't matter.
Knocked. You in position? Yep.
Don't forget the...
You guys too?
Of course.
Master dialogue.
Talk about a crowd. Like the whole city's come to watch.
And once you see Luna Freya, skip. Yeah. Overall, Japanese isn't, like, really the difference in time between Japanese and English is, like, negligible.
Knocked. The Empire's here.
I can see him.
Dropships are closing in on the board. Look for a vantage point to approach them.
Okay, look after the citizens.
We got them covered.
So, it begins.
Not until the end of the game. All right, another audio cue here. All right.
Civilians?
Almost there. We'll join you.
Coming out of this cutscene, I hope you left the air step sword up.
I'm on it.
Then the right's already begun.
You're gonna warp strike twice forward. Try not to hit these guys. All right. Hold for the point warp.
Let's do this.
You want to just shoot yourself down this hallway. And then swap to Fyra. If you hear the beep, 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 good job. If not, turn around, get back into combat, and then exit. Make sure you have Fyra selected.
What? No time for questions.
Wait at the bench, leap.
Man.
If you don't want to pay attention to what's going on here, just mash triangle idly. You'll get to where you need to go.
What's this?
New ride we borrowed from the Nifs. This will get us in close.
Serious?
Here she comes.
I got this.
I'll get as close as I can. Then it's up to you.
All right. Hey, nice job finding this baby.
The moment I saw her, I knew we'd go places. Not again.
Not making this easy.
Hold on tight. Dude, don't let go. Knocked. Can you reach? No.
All right, mash X through here, request her power. If you demand power, she just gets stronger and it sucks.
I need your power.
Okay, very important skip. Derek, how comfortable are you with phase 0 skip? Have you practiced this at all? Before we get into this, I'll explain what phase 0 skip is. So normally during this section of the fight, Leviathan is supposed to whoosh past you and you have to like point warp around and basically try and hit her when she appears. Okay, you're comfortable with it? This is a pretty technical trick, but it is a pretty big time save. Again, this is why I wanted to make sure that you have fire equipped. All right, so you're gonna jump into this cutscene and finding the feel for when you are going to be able to cast this fire is a little weird. All right, so right about now, turn slightly to the right, boom, just get 2 of them. What's up, Feku? Skip the cutscene when you see Luna Freya. Now, mash circle. Just keep mashing. I love that we're gonna eat an entire bag of sun chips and call it dinner. I'm not really hungry. Just keep mashing, and then this is the last one, right here. All right, after this, start mashing R2. We're gonna go up 3, 1, 2, 3. Now, the next thing I'm gonna do is hold left, then R1, then circle, okay? Oh, Christ. All right, well, I forgot that would happen. Anyway, you gotta be really consistently tight with that timing, otherwise you're not gonna get the correct phase skip, or you're not gonna do any attacks, or it's just gonna fall sideways on PC. It's really strange. All right, the next thing I'm gonna do is warp up here. Try my best, and then start targeting again. I want to try and get Leviathan up in the air as much as possible. All right, I don't want her diving into the water. We're gonna pull back here, and I'm gonna dodge left, and then forward. All right, looking like she's gonna stay out of the water here. Gonna dodge left. Again, this will change situationally, and you can move yourself as you need to, but this is gonna be a perfect Leviathan. So we got one for the tutorial. Again, I highly recommend you practice this because she's gonna spawn in different areas. She's gonna be higher, she's gonna be lower. You're gonna fuck up every once in a while. The most important thing to remember is do not interact with the quick time events. No matter what you do, you'll lose time on them. Learn the dodge timing, learn the differential. It takes a lot of playing around. This is as close to perfect as it can be for the slop that I threw up. All right? If you don't get her within 4 movements, she's gonna go down underwater, and then she'll come back up and there'll be water tornadoes. You're gonna lose time, and it sucks. But, is what it is. Just practice this fight, okay? It's the only advice I have for you. It's very tough to learn because it's a different fight every time. The first phase should be consistent. After that, Jesus take the wheel. So what I do here is her health is down. It doesn't matter. She already got broken. I'm just going to hold square. It's going to take a while because the AI hasn't figured out yet that it's actually out of HP. So it's just like basically checking its phases like, oh, okay, we're supposed to be here. Hit the parry, mash circle, and literally just keep mashing circle. Just literally keep mashing. Just keep mashing. That's the last mash point right there. Now you can let go, and we have fish for dinner. Lots of fish. Okay, so I'm waiting for the dialogue. It's done. Once you see that, you can skip. Wait a little bit for that. Mash, mash. Skip. That's it. You're done. Chapter 9 is over. Take some more time to learn the timing on those cutscene skips if you really want to. You can save yourself like a half a second total if you get them all frame perfect there. Me, fucking force of nature at this point. Mash through it. That's it. That's chapter 9. Man, I am getting tired. We still have like, even in speedrun form, an hour. This is another point. I definitely recommend practicing the movement, the driving for chapter 4, movement in chapter 5, chapter 7, and chapter 9. Really just practice those. All right, we're gonna load in here. We got a cutscene skip. Chapter 10, I believe, has changed since the last time I did this tutorial. Maybe, I don't remember. Anyway, we can skip now. I also do things a little bit differently here. That ends up making things easier for me in chapter 11 and 12. It does make the fight here and in the fight in chapter 12 a little bit slower, but it makes it more consistent. I'm gonna mash X coming out of here. Occasionally you get an extra jump, not a big deal, but we're just gonna aim pretty much straight forward, wait for that little interact symbol. That's it. We're gonna skip the entire train ride. Easy peasy. Yeah, so I do basically a menu while doing part of the chapter 10 skip in order to negate our fall damage. Again, it makes things technically a bit slower, but more consistent, and I don't have to mash through like multiple menus. I can just do it all at once.
One step closer to finding the next.
All right. Chapter 10, here we go. Basically aim for this area down here. Start mashing triangle. Core's gonna give us a phone call. Nothing crazy.
Roger. Good luck. What? Thanks for the...
Mash X. Woo, you boy tired.
Ready to set out? I'll manage somehow.
Yep, biggest skip in the game. Doing your mom. All right, coming out of this, I'm gonna already start mashing R2. What we're gonna do is try and open up photo mode like we did in chapter 5, and that's gonna break us out of this silly auto walk cycle.
Well, we made it to the quarry.
But our destination likely lies deeper inside.
Back out, jump a few times. Basically, once I can jump here, return to entrance, mash X. All right, get comfortable with this movement. You're gonna have to move left, then start jumping. I aim to jump off of this right into this corner right here. And then the lineup for this jump is I pretty much go straight out here and then warp strike, all right? I'm gonna swap over to Ragnarok and I'm gonna attack once, open the menu. I'm gonna go Ascension and get this magic level 2. Then I'm gonna go to gear. Air Step is gonna get swapped to Icebrand, dual cast Fyra to dual cast Blizzaga, Tire, Magitech Exosuit. And then I mash attack coming out of there because we changed a weapon, ended a menu, I gained another attack in the air, which prevents us from taking fall damage, which loses us like 2-3 seconds. All right, we have Ragnarok set. The next thing we're gonna do is interact with these eggs, and we're gonna get into an encounter with the Marlboro. And I'm gonna basically grab the power EX, go into Armiger, and do Armiger chain like right before or during its second bite. Right?
What is this?
I hate eggs.
I'm basically just gonna mash R2, and we're gonna go basically just straight right, right X, basically.
Is that its face?
Into Armiger, and then I also do the lock on here so I can just focus on everything else. That is really good Armiger. We didn't really move anywhere. I'm a little short, that's okay. Just warp strike once, easy peasy. I'm gonna go for the lock on here so I don't have to worry about holding as many buttons. Basically, the second I see its HP bar fill back up, shoot it. And we'll do it one more time. Sometimes you get really lucky and this cutscene happens immediately. Most of the time it doesn't and it sucks. So if you get it, congratulations. If not, well, welcome to the club.
There must be a way.
Park yourself over here. I didn't get it. So what I normally do is I move over here so there's nothing else in my field of view except the Marlboro. Now, I wait for the fireball animation to go off because, well, you need to damage it after that. Otherwise, it just regenerates again. All right? So I'm holding lock. There we go. Then you can swap over and warp strike right into this area here. These are your eggs. Mash X because you have the Elementia. And then open the door.
I think we found it.
Mash X, you can jump in and just interact with the tomb. Grab the Katana of the Wanderer, I think it is. Skip the cutscene, turn around, and run. Just be aware that Ignis can body block you. Skip the cutscene, just mash X. Just keep mashing. Is it Katana of the Warrior? Eh, whatever. Imagine knowing what I'm talking about. I did route it in at one point, and it was just
you guys
slow.
Mind if we stop in Tenebrae?
Katana of the Neckbeard.
It helps him move on.
All set for
Interact
boarding?
with this guy, just keep mashing X.
Well, let's roll.
In that case, hop aboard.
Yeah,
We'll
it's
leaving
really
shortly.
techy to use. The Trident of the Oracle is still the best. Once it swaps to that screen, skip your cutscene. We are on chapter 11. Trident damage go. Brrr. Mash X. Good job. That's not bad at all. Yeah, F1 qualifying was a bit of a debacle this morning, apparently. But Charles Leclerc, in his first pole position since Ferrari got busted for cheating. There, I'll say it because no one else will.
Feels good to ride the rails.
Sure does.
Eager to drive once we're in Gralia?
If they'll let me.
We're fortunate to have the regalia at all. We owe the First Secretary our thanks.
She'd get more thanks if she gave us a discount.
Those transceivers are top-notch. I recall when the Hydrian raged. In the midst of the Empire's retreat, one conspicuous craft remained behind. The Chancellor's. The last thing I remember seeing was his ship, heading for the altar. I fell unconscious and was powerless to stop him.
I'm just glad you're alive.
Oh. Is someone else there?
Gladio. He just came back. Where did he go anyway?
On a brief reconnaissance. Something caught my ear.
Hey, Captain. Mission complete.
Splendid.
So what caught your ear?
Rumors of longer nights.
They've been growing longer day by day.
There was talk of it back in Lucis, but recent days have shown an unseasonably sharp change. Should this trend continue, before long...
There won't be daylight.
Well, it's not out of the question. The Empire's already slain half of the Six. No wonder the whole world's in disarray.
I guess.
And longer nights mean more demons.
Free camera!
Seen that with our own eyes.
I happened to overhear a fellow passenger discussing this very same phenomenon.
So he sent yours truly to seek him out.
Nice police work.
All right, get ready for the cutscene, Skip.
Don't want to keep him waiting.
No, we don't. Back in a moment.
Sure.
Once the camera zooms in on Noctis, you can skip this cutscene here, basically.
Never seen anything like it.
Right. Camera's going to shift again
Doesn't
here.
make any sense.
And once it shifts back, we have another cutscene skip.
It's a real
We're going to roll towards Ardyn and then mash X.
How are you doing here?
Same thing again. Just hold forward, mash square, then X.
Shut up! Be careful there.
Again, time your jumps as properly as you can here. And line up with that door. Turn the camera if you need to. Oof, missed it. Dumbest cutscene skip in the game, but there it is. Just literally the second you interact, just go to mash the skip cutscene combo.
You're scaring me. Seriously, man. Cut it out. It's not safe. Plus, you're causing a scene.
Hold off on that jump so you can just run into the attack.
Are you seriously trying to kill me?
Why wouldn't I?
Okay.
I've got you now.
Dumb stuff. Rocks you don't want. Ow.
What are you after, following me around this whole time? It's all your fault!
What are you talking about? Do you really mean that, Nock?
Uh-huh. Back then, they didn't want it. Now they all want it.
I do! You can't talk your way out of this.
You won't even let me. Noct, please. Can't we talk for a sec?
Never.
Back then, they didn't want me. Yeah, Bertolotti Walton. I know that guy. That's Dino's uncle, Bertolotti Walton. Got a pond in upstate New York. Stocks it with trout. All right, good old Chapter 11.
Knocked. Are you okay?
No.
Basically, we're just gonna mash our way through here. We're gonna jump down the train. We have one encounter before we go out to the outworld.
Weird stuff happening. I bet
I'll show you how to interact with that one. And basically, our goal here is to just get Armiger completely full again, and to try and stack as many kills as possible. We're hoping for drops here. We are always looking for Magitech boosters and muscle stims. Fine.
We have to protect the people.
Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jump twice and warp strike past this guy. Try and line it up so you might clip him like that for a little extra damage. Turn around with the Ragnarok, hit him with the warp strike. Good muscle stem already.
Let's check the rear.
I believe that gives us 2 total. I will double check, 'cause it doesn't really matter. 3 total. Okay, that's always good.
Will come up with something. I hope so. How bad do you think it is?
Which means right now I have enough for 2 muscle stims on Ravis. Wow, that's weird. No one out the front door. Alright, so we're just gonna basically get through this as quickly as possible. It doesn't really matter because we have the exosuit. So, you know, do what you need to do. Get that Armiger completely charged. Warp kill what you need to. Just protect the train. My only advice, hey, another Magitech booster, is stay within this area so you have an unbroken line of sight with the center area. Because that's where we're going to point warp at the end of this. So the less movement you have to do to get there, the better. Again, efficiency. Can't harp on it enough.
Fun never ends.
If you do it right, you can sometimes get these incoming enemies to stack up. This should be a double kill. That guy stopped at the last second. Son of a bitch. Alright, but we do have 1 Magitech booster and 1 muscle stem drop already. Pretty darn good. Reflex enhancer is useless. It's just gonna get stuck on my menu at this point. Another muscle stem, good. Go for the assassin, very nice. Cut back across. Alright, my Armiger is not full, so I'll take this opportunity to manually kill some shock troopers. We still have a lot of time until the train shows up.
These guys look like trouble.
Dope.
He's ready for round 2. Let's get this show on the road already.
Bum, 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 da, 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 da.
Good news, Knox. Ignis just called and said we're almost ready to
Oh
roll.
boy, another reflex enhancer. Great.
Back on his feet.
right, basically dialogue box, hold triangle, start mashing circle. Just keep mashing the button.
Come on! We're leaving!
All right. Now what I do is I hold R1, kind of twist the camera a little bit here. First warp strike I can get, go for it. Create some distance, boom, you're good to go. Now just keep mashing X because there is some dialogue that's going to come in here. Once you clear it, hold triangle, and it's going to shoot you up over there. All right. So this section can be pretty technical. Try and take your time with it. What I'm going to do is point warp in and just aim exclusively for the Magitech soldiers because they blow up. We're just going to go around the horn. Learn to use your lock-on function and very gently manipulate the camera to get where you want to be. So I want to try and line myself up with this back hatch right here. Straight ahead is the shock trooper. Step forward a little bit. I messed this up, but that'll be fine. This one's a little bit more aggressive. Perfectly locked up. And then back down. Second you see the feet, cutscene skip. That's it. Chapter 11. Just get comfortable with that last section. That's where you're going to make or lose most of your time. All right, time for chapter 12. All right, any questions so far? This is chapter 12 intro. If you have been moving quickly, you realistically can just go away for the next 3 minutes, realistically. You don't have to do shit.
What's wrong?
Ignis,
we used to not run this with the exosuit.
I pushed him. I mean,
So, you know,
Ardyn
that
made
was
me.
difficult. We'd
I don't
actually
know
have to
where
do
he is,
stuff
but
here.
we can't leave him.
Stay calm, Noct. I'm as concerned for Prompto as you are, but stopping the train would endanger everyone on board. We'd be sitting ducks for the demons.
What do we do?
First, we drop the passengers off at Tenebrae. We'll be arriving shortly.
What about Prompto?
Given the Chancellor's involvement,
I wish I could warp to Ignatus Keep.
we left him. In any case, he may try to contact us. Let us wait.
Back then, they didn't want him.
We're here. Gladio's with me.
Are the two of you okay at least?
Yes.
Okay, on my way. I'll be there as soon as I take care
All
of
right,
these
I'll show off the
stowaways.
classic strat for this because it's probably easier for some people.
And things just got worse.
Plus, it's neat. It shows how you can manipulate the AI in this game. We're just gonna keep moving our way down the train cars. Second to last car here. Gonna park ourselves right in the corner. Now, because the train is turning, most of these enemies will not be able to get to us. They're gonna get stuck on the corners. Oops. Sorry, my strong thighs.
Where do they keep coming from?
Oh, this one got free. Next one won't.
Can't take much more of this.
31st has to requalify tomorrow. Wow. Way to go for willpower. Will Powers. We'll be able to see this next gargoyle spawn in here. There it is. Damn, it didn't get stuck. Oh well, free AP. Alright, so we're gonna see a series of scenes here. You're not gonna be able to skip this cutscene until you see the front of the train. So not this one, this one. And then you can also skip this scene as soon as you see that little burst of light. Yeah, no one's really interested in me showcasing this one though, Ash. I've tried to reach out. We've talked to one of the game devs, but none of the others are like remotely interested or care, sadly.
Afraid not.
Wow, that sucks. It's a cruel world. Wasn't there one more of you guys?
Yeah, there was.
I wish Square Enix would
Lost track
like
of him.
notice the speedrunners.
I don't know.
Then quit moping, keep hoping.
well.
And in the meantime, handle what's at hand.
Anyway, we're gonna peel
So if
off
it's
to the
not
right up
you,
here
we thank.
and grab a Magitech booster.
Thanks the demons. Pawns of the
I
Imperial
will always
Army.
take every
The
spare
army
one that I
you
can
fight
get.
Fought for. My men and I are in the search and rescue business now.
You smell that?
You mentioned being part of the relief effort. We have a favor to ask.
Ask away.
In light of what you've told us,
They
can't
they
allow the other
shouted out like
passengers to
one
continue on.
streamer who was doing something with it. It was like I was kind of confused as it was like a much smaller stream than mine, and I've like tried to contact them for years about
I
stuff
do.
like this.
In fact, I know two.
I don't know. It's whatever.
Your new engineers. Biggs and
They owe
Wedge.
me most of
No
the
need to
revenue
worry.
for sales
You
of
can
this
take a
game
licking.
for the past 2 years
really
anyway, let's
off,
be
dude.
honest.
What's all this
They probably
about?
just don't want to
Driving a
recognize
train
it.
to Gralia.
That all.
Well, who would you have me
Alright,
ask?
so we're lined up in front of
How's
Biggs
that?
here.
We'll do it. Hey, really appreciate you going out of your way.
Yeah. No sweat.
Skip the cutscene here, it was a little early.
Thanks for the...
And we're gonna make our way down here to the retainer of House Fleuret.
We'll be waiting on board. Give us a holler when you're ready.
Air conditioning on? I'm just sweaty. I'm just sweaty. Exactly, Bog, exactly. 3 cutscene skips here. Here's the 3. I was a little quick, so we're stuck with that one. How did you figure that out? Well, mainly I just suck at video games. That's how. And just make our way back to the train. Pretty darn simple. I don't have to do any menuing or anything because I took care of that all the way back in chapter 10. They actually, if you want to be really ballsy and feel like you can save the additional 3 seconds, you can do this without the Magitech exosuit. Good luck. For me, it just ain't worth it. 3 cutscene skips here. Now, I will warn you on this. Be very careful jumping past this lady at the corner. That dialogue sucks if you get stuck in it. It's like 8 seconds.
Perhaps this is the way it ends.
Talk to Biggs again. Mash
Ready
through
to
the
depart.
dialogue.
Just swapped out the damaged cars for some new ones. Give one of us a holler when you're ready to shove
Dining
off.
car's
Dining
open.
car's
If you
open.
need a
If
break.
you need a break.
Shall we shove off?
Climb aboard.
Mash X through that. Then once this camera changes, you can skip the cutscene. Yeah, Julie. Fucking Back then, they didn't want him. With the PC version, they actually flipped it. You can actually change it now, believe it or not.
Attention all passengers. We're on our way to our final destination in the Imperial capital. Enjoy the ride. I'll be in touch if anything comes up.
Look at all that snow. No wonder it's so cold in here.
We must be approaching the Glacian's cadaver.
Won't be a blessing if all we got's a body.
Let us hope we pass through the gorge without incident.
It's what's after the gorge I'm worried about.
All right. Jump through this interact dialogue there. There you go. Pretty simple. Skips the whole train thing. Excuse me. My Twitter timeline is showing me some stupid YouTuber I don't care about. This trend is harmful or spammy. Go away. Stretch my hands out really quick too. Okay, back in. Yeah. All right, and skip this next cutscene here. Once it goes back inside the train.
I wonder what it...
All right. So, this next fight, we're going to jump forward, and I'm going to swap to the Blizzaga. We're going to launch this at the group of spawning Snagas. I jump forward one more time, use a power EX. What's up, Kit? And then we're going to swap to Ragnarok Warp Strikes. Nah, Cloud. And then we're going to finish them off with the Ice Brand. All right? Oh, you know, just finishing up the tutorial.
She's lying dead.
Alrighty. This goes there. Jump a few more times to get back here. Ragnarok, Power EX. Lock onto Wraith. Finish off the Ice Brand here. Then Warp Strike through. I'm going to toss an Elixir here. Alright, this is decent setup. Not awful, besides one missed Warp Strike. And bring it back around. Alright, next thing. Mash that Muscle Stim. And then Point Warp up to there. Get ready for Ragnarok. And then we're going to go Max Distance Warp Strike. Into Armiger. We want to finish this with Armiger Chain, if possible. Lock on. Looks like I'm going to need to shoot a Warp Strike. Just one. There we go. Not terrible. Yeah, hope y'all are having a terrific, terrific Saturday. The weather's been beautiful out here. Run's been pretty okay. Skip this cutscene once it loads in. But yeah, I'm trying to cover as much as I can with this. I have no idea how long we've been doing this. I think it's almost like 4 hours now. My jaw kind of hurts. Just keep jumping.
Stop, damn it! Where is he? Where's Prompto? Oh, there you are. I'm worried about your friends. They've fallen and they can't get up.
Exactly, Nami. Skip the cutscene. We're gonna go right here for Ask Nothing. And then we're gonna go down X.
The Oracle is no longer of this world, but her thoughts remain, and they must be known.
Skip the cutscene. Roll forward X, skip the cutscene. Just keep jumping your way down the train. Once the camera angle changes, skip your cutscene. Just mash. All right. Chapter 13. We are almost home. Skip this cutscene here. And then once it goes back into the train car, skip the cutscene again. Yep, I mash X and hold forward here. Sometimes you can get some extra movement. Again, once the camera changes, skip this cutscene. Keep holding forward and mash X. You get some free movement out of it. Just keep making your way down the train car.
Got a better idea? We trade the train for the regalia. Come on! On my
Yep,
way.
it is time for initial D.
Keep moving!
Just practice driving the car. Obviously, you want to avoid as many barrels as possible. If you have to hit them, try and hit them square on. Don't clip them, don't tag them, just right into it.
Threat upgraded. Activating level 4 security measures. Sealing all gates.
Mash X here.
Put the pedal to the metal.
That's the idea.
Don't crash.
Thanks for the tip.
My goal here is to eventually get a 47.
Where are we now?
It'll take some sort of miracle to do it.
Don't slow down, or they'll catch us up.
Going as fast as I can. Hang on.
You leave poor Ray Chase and drop Robbie Draymond out of this. Stay to the inside here.
What was that? They're trying to blow us off the tracks.
Slowly drift outside there.
One clean hit, and it's over.
It'll take a bit more than that to stop His Majesty's trusty steed.
Dodging one thing to run into another.
The regalia can take the punishment. Just focus on your driving.
You can do it, girl. You can get through this.
Slide underneath that one. Try and hit this gap here. That's what I do.
It's closing.
Could have had the 47. Tag the tail, but a 46, 7, 10 ain't bad. Double cutscene skip there. Perfect.
Are we seriously marching into the capital empty-handed?
And with no assurances, the crystal can beat back the demon hordes.
Guess we'll find out the hard way. No turning back now, right? This thing could come down at any time.
Let's be quick. Come on, this way.
I like to roll under the train, then jump out. This feels faster.
Hey!
We are going to go
Gladio!
down X, X, up X. We want to go easy route with Gladio. All right. A lot of bit of technique here. If you mash L3, you will sprint with Gladio. You can sprint forever, which is good because if you hold circle to run, he'll run until he gets in combat and then attack the nearest thing, which is not good for your time.
Go.
Skip this cutscene. Hold forward, start mashing. And you want to make these lines as clean as possible with big old clunky Gladio here. Oops. Sometimes that'll happen, don't worry about it.
Forward if you're always looking backward.
It's just the physics system
Thinking
having a
about what you
hiccup.
could've done then, and start thinking about what you can do now.
You're right. What's done is done.
Try and avoid getting hit here. It slows you down.
So we can conjure our weapons again. Does that mean Noct can too?
I have a feeling the Chancellor isn't so
Yeah,
generous.
the security system just, you know, a bit of a narcissist.
Before. We'd best be careful.
You can roll into that one. The rest of them, it just ain't worth it. Just basically stay straight mashing L3 while you're moving.
More like undead silent. Places crawling with demons.
Right this way, gentlemen.
Proceed with caution.
If y'all didn't know, Kid is married to Gladio. Like 6'5" mound of muscle. No mullet though. The mullet's fallen out of fashion in the United States.
Hold up.
Australia though, it's kicking.
Where are we now?
Wherever it is, it's a mess. Watch your
Again, shortest lines possible. Avoid taking damage. We're gonna do some mashing here, some dialogue mashing.
Hey, Iggy.
Which may help it.
We're gonna run over to this console. Interact 1, 2, 3 cutscene skips in a row.
Ardyn bought himself some time.
Then we've none to waste. We need to find Noct before he does.
That's the first time I've ever pushed the chair into the lift. Ever. Guaranteed a PB. And just run our way out of here. Babe, would you still love me if I had a mullet?
Then there's a high probability that
Are you sure?
pass through here at some point in time. Is there
Would you engage in sexual activities with me if I had a mullet? Sure would. Woo! All right then.
Right here. Roger.
We're bringing back the 1993 Mitch Williams mullet. Please don't. The she mullet is terrifying.
We ought to be close
The
to
mullet.
the core of the keep by now.
Okay, very important setup for Foras here. Foras is a garbage fight. I hate it. It's the worst. But we're basically going to do like a parry and counter without the counter with these 3 enemies in here. So we want to get our rage up to 4. There we go. Get out of here. All right, so the goal is we want to do enough damage to Foras that it teleports away, and then we can counter its first attack on its, you know, when it comes back, and hopefully knock it into vulnerable. I'm gonna launch off here, start with the blind side. We already lost some of our rage meter, so we're screwed. Oh well, we tried. We just got burned. Alright, so I want to try and get him to do his one-sided attack here. Counter, parry, razor edge. I did not get all the damage out of it that I wanted. Hopefully we can turn this into a messy 3-cycle. There we go. Not awful. That's pretty good. Best I've ever had is a 0-cycle. Worst you can get's like a 5-cycle. 3, right in the middle. Pretty good. Pretty average. Pretty average. And just work our way out of here. And good news, we're almost halfway done with chapter 13 already. Wrong way.
Keep going a little closer.
Slide through the gap. I roll under this because you can. And then sharp left here and immediately cutscene skip. Who's that? Roman Grosjean. Guy who almost died in the Formula 1 wreck last year. Roman Grosjean cheese. Yes, Reminder John Cheese. That's his name. Reminder John Cheese. Romaine lettuce Grosjean. Marzipan. Mash X. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 jumps, and then just go back to running. Make sure you have the Sword of the Father equipped here. We don't use this stupid ring.
A little pay never hurt anyone. On you go.
Again, jump attacks here, getting out of it.
People are dying.
Yeah, Roman's a very good dude. Maybe not the best race car driver, but a very, very incredible human. And we just wait here.
Nock's in trouble.
Got you. There ought to be a kill switch nearby.
Yeah, he's a good driver. Not the best, but he's just such a cool human. All right, now don't park in directly like in the door. Park in front of it. Very good. No. Romain Grosjean almost died last year in a really bad accident in Bahrain.
We received help.
At Sakir, I believe.
That bastard's playing.
Turn it around and run. Now, we have free time, so I'm going to recommend you always do this.
Reunited with your retainers at last. How very touching.
Run over and grab this muscle stim. So I'm going to open the menu. I have 4 muscle stimulants. You need to save 1 for Ifrit. Okay? Okay. So I have 4 left. That means I can use 2 on Ravis, 1 on Ifrit, and 1 on Rogue. And that's how I'm going to break it down. Now it's Monaco. It's very difficult to die in Monaco. Park in front of this button here. And there we go. Check.
Locked. Meaning
Now, jumping is slower in this area if you haven't noticed. So I'm going to mash L3. I'm going to jump through the door, but continue to mash L3. Oh, yeah. Leclerc took pole and then intentionally crashed. I mean, what?
Go. I knew you'd go that way.
No Ferrari driver has ever done that. Gotten pole at Monaco and then crashed their car intentionally. That's never happened.
Do you need help?
I'm fine.
Not like Michael Schumacher attending to throw 2 people's chances at championships
Tell me,
in a year row.
are you worried about me?
Just mash X through here.
Of course I was. What kind of question is that?
Any sort of incident in Monaco is a red flag.
That's why you came. Like I believed you would. Prompto. That's why I told myself I couldn't die. Not until I could see you. And hear you tell me I'm not a fake. That I'm the real me.
All right, important speed tech here, okay?
Everything's all right now.
No worries then. Hold circle. And jump through the door. Alternate back to mashing. This is the only time in the run we're going to use the stamina glitch, okay? So I'm holding circle. We're going to let it go till right about here. Let it go. Tap back in. He may be only running a limited schedule this year.
Knocked. Do you hear
Nice,
that?
Baba.
Hear what?
I've heard this sound before. On the
I'm
train,
gonna get ready
just
for the
before your
cutscene skip
weapons
here.
failed you. It's nearby. And it may hold the key
Oh,
to
wrong
restoring
direction.
your power. It's here.
2 cutscenes. Mash X. I pull backwards. We're gonna grab the Imperial Medal of Honor right here. All right, very important menu. Okay. Gonna go to gear. Ring is swapped out for Thundara. Down is going to be Trident of the Oracle. Right is going to be Axe of the Conqueror. Garnet Bracelet is going to be swapped off for Armiger Accelerator. Select Thundara. Start mashing circle. All right. Swap back to Sword of the Father. I like going left first here. Take out this Snaga. warp strike back over, take out the other one, if there is one. You know, what's up, Vixer? Very quick, very lucky. I'm gonna swap over and put in dual cast Blizzaga. Only 4 months, have some ears for yourself.
Only 4 months, my god.
There you go. Oh, thank you for the 4 months. Super appreciated. Yeah, I love this model. It's comfy as hell. All right. So, Blizzaga has now taken the top slot, and we're going to be sticking with Trident of the Oracle.
No friends, no choice, really. You know, somebody here's got to fight to rescue the crystal.
Just jump attack these dudes. Wow, that was a little slow.
Represents a great burden. You don't bear it alone. You can say that.
Blizzaga, basically, I'm just going to throw it right at the Wraith. It looks like... Alright, we got enough, and then just finish off. Basically, a lot of this is just make sure your enemies are clustered together. It's the same strategy. Jump attacks with Trident of the Oracle. Basically, just jump and hold circle. Jump and hold circle. For this one, I'm going to try and spin around so I can target the rogue axeman there. I need him to be downed so the next one spawns. Ice. Nice, finished off very easily. We're gonna grab our magic here. This will be the last magic for the rest of the game. 43 is a good pull. We're gonna do 2 lightning, 1 fire, 2 ice.
Now then,
Lightning looks good.
I'm guessing the way is locked.
Ice
I guess
looks
it's a
good.
thing somebody has keys to the whole
Ice
fortress.
looks very good.
You're no
All
better than a
right, keep
burglar.
jumping.
Aren't I?
And then I make sure I have Trident selected, and then we're gonna do Elemency. We're gonna do all the ice and like half of the fire. Like, this is fine. 9122, we're gonna use the Imperial Medal of Honor. We're gonna craft. That's gonna go into storage, down 1, and then just dump the rest and use the Marlboro Eye. And that's gonna get equipped over the dual cast. You can also take Armor Accelerator off and swap it for Garnet Bracelet. Going into this fight, we're gonna do like 3 or 4, like probably like 2-3 jump attacks on Foros. Hope everyone comes in. And I'm gonna toss the Thundara here. Pretty good. We're gonna swap over to Sword of the Father, gear. And this is now going to be Blizzara. Now, you can just use a power EX here. It'll last pretty much the entire fight. I have extra muscle stems. They last not as long, but they boost my damage more. I have Sword of the Father open. Our opening is going to be 2 jump attacks with Sword of the Father, and then we're going to swap to the Trident of the Oracle. Ravis has the ability to kind of like warp strike, kind of, except he slides across the ground, and it gets really annoying. The best way to counter it is to not cast magic and swap back to the Sword of the Father and just warp strike after him. It's a time loss, it's annoying, but it's better than just doing nothing or attempting to, like, you know, do the quick time event or whatever. I'm gonna take a second to refill my vape. Do we have any questions about anything up so far? I'm just gonna kind of let this battle speak for itself. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna have to keep an eye on your HP bar, your armor bar, as well as your magic down. You can use a maximum of 2, technically 3 blizzards. It shouldn't take you more than 2. All right. Should not take you more than 2. Ugh. No questions, no concerns. Ugh. It's chewing up my hands for sure. But it's good to get this done and over with. It's been a while since we've needed to update this. You ever look at your phone like an old person? Just for shits and giggles? Alright, I see no questions. Let's just get into the fight. The reason for the 2 jump attacks is just because it moves us closer to Ravis. That's it. You only hit him with the second attack. The first one is to just pull you closer, which generally lowers the chance of him deciding to warp strike. We're going to skip this cutscene.
Majesty.
I'm just going to jump and do 2 attacks.
Or what's left of him.
Wait, see if he moves. I'm going to muscle stem here. Looks like he's going to stay in place. We'll hit him with the blizzard. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do jump Toto attacks here. And basically, right about now, our armor bar is full. I'm going to wait until my HP is pretty low, and then we're going to armor right here. Generally, it kind of works out that he'll end up in the vulnerable state, just like that. I'm going to try and get Noctis closer to the ground here so we can do armor chain. It's basically 3 damage. There we go. Look at that. Way more than halfway dead already. I'm going to sneak in an elixir here. Now, if you're using muscle stems, you're going to have to reuse it probably a little bit after this. I'm going to hit him with the Lazara. I can reuse the muscle stem now. This looks really good. Very clean fight. I'll have to use 1 elixir here. Just going to run short of HP. But that's it. That's the entire fight. That was a really good Ravis. So he is out of HP. We're going to skip this cutscene. And the first thing I'm going to do is hit the menu button. And we're going to swap our magic for the air step sword. Our next goal is we need to use the air step sword to build a full armor bar. Okay? It's also in the up position because that's going to be the first one that loads coming out of the end of the chapter and into chapter 14. I like to try and stay in the middle of this area here because it prevents the Iron Giants from being right up your trumpet while you're trying to do the movement. Nah, I mean, that's pretty consistent for me.
We're getting nowhere.
And they just keep coming.
Knocked. Must go on alone. If you can obtain the crystal's power.
Alright, so if you don't know the timing internally like I do, Ardyn's gonna have a voice line coming in here pretty soon. Basically, once that voice line ends, you want to start making your way to the elevator, which is over there. Going perfect. Now, I try and park myself in the middle of the elevator here so I can get a warp strike out. I try and also put myself a little bit in the corner there. The Iron Giants can cast that gravity spell and it will pull you in from that far away. So try and make it difficult that you don't get sucked back onto the elevator because you will get sucked back into the elevator and you'll have to try and wait for it again. It's a big stupid time loss and it's super frustrating.
Step forth, Your Majesty.
Pretty clean. Just warp strike your way out of there.
Closed.
If you wish to obtain the crystal's power, you must be prepared to lose all else.
So we're gonna have another break here. Nice little input break.
Do you suppose your dear friends are still alive?
Nap time. Is Rock Lady's over?
Those who died for you,
Do you ever wonder what went through their minds?
He's back at 7:30.
Can you even
Shit.
recall their final words?
I'm pretty tired too.
I'll come back for you all. I swear.
Yeah.
How far's this go?
Yeah.
Crystal had better be here.
Yes, you do.
Counting on me.
Damn, I would like 16 of that, please.
Your journey
Alright,
is
jump our way
over,
down to the
Noct.
crystal. Not a big deal. Park in front of it. Interact. Done. You now have like a 1.5-minute break. Any questions? Anyone still alive? Hello. Is it me you're looking for?
Please. Help me stop the demons. Why?
Unharmed by the light, the chosen king. Allow me to regale you with a tale. In an age long past, an incurable scourge ravaged mankind.
Sailboat.
A tiny menace that twisted men into monsters, the likes of which you've seen. In Lucis lived a savior who could cure the afflicted. His body would come to host myriad demons, and countless lives be spared. But a jealous king, one not yet chosen by the crystal, ostracized and demonized this healer of the people, making a true monster of him. I gave you my name earlier, but you should know that it was not the name given to me at birth. Ardyn Lucis Kylum is my proper name. You'll never guess whose name it is.
Yo, what's up, Rach? How are you? Yeah, I ain't got nothing to do, so I'm scrolling the Twitter timeline. There's some cool stuff. Cool stuff out in the news today.
As its champion, only once the crystal and the king are no more. Can I know redemption? Come back soon. I shall
Yeah, pretty much, right? Head to bed. Yeah, it's about that time. It's like, what, 1 in the morning for you already? Midnight? Yee yee. Yeah, you boys and girls, get yourself some rest. Yeah, their strength, oh chosen. Good luck on your maid commissions. Alright, once you see something, skip. As per usual with our dialogue boxes, we don't give a shit. We're gonna go right here for nothing. And then once the camera changes, skip.
Mortal accursed be banished, and the light restored to this world.
Right again. And skip. Ow. Skip. The light wax is full. Skip.
Wax is full.
Skip. I hold slightly forward and circle to run. Hopefully you get this. Skip that cutscene, mash X. Congratulations. We are now in the last chapter of the tutorial. I've been talking for what? Probably 4.5 hours straight. It's not bad. This is definitely a lot shorter than I thought it would be. Probably like almost 5.5 hours. Okay, very important coming into this. This is not a skippable cutscene. But I'm going to start mashing X and triangle. Our goal is to set up a little glitch here where it just screws with the camera so we don't have to deal with it later. Saves us like 4 or 5 seconds. I think I still have 3 or 4 Magitech boosters. We'll abuse them.
Demons everywhere.
Got the glitch. You start warp striking forward. I try and hit this angle here so I can start going to the right and not hit that like an idiot. You can get multiple warp strikes here while you're in combat and still in the air. That was bullshit. Now, the good thing is the last item we used was an elixir. I can just mash that right through, which is why I like to use the double muscle stim, because it basically sets up every time. All right, get to about here, aim for this tree, and we're just gonna make our way straight up from here. Follow the road's geography. And right between these 2 trees here. I was just a little off. Jump.
What is it, boy?
Now you can start warp striking up the road to try and hit the truck.
The truck.
2 cutscene skips here. And the next one. Good. We have a break. Again, gather your questions, children. I will have answers.
I can't tell you how good it is to see you again.
Yeah, you sure look different, though.
You think so? Guess I've grown some these 10 years.
10 years?
The guys must be pinching themselves right now.
Where are they, anyway?
Lestalem, more often than not, but they take a lot of trips to Hammerhead. For Miss Cindy. You know, back at the garage. She's a tough one, but when she needs a little extra muscle out on the road, she gives him a call. Oh, speaking of which, the guys said they're near Hammerhead right now, so we'll be meeting them there. You know, ever since you disappeared, Your Majesty, it's been nothing but nighttime non-stop. Lestalem still has light thanks to the power plant, so just about everyone's taken refuge there.
Only there?
Everywhere else has been abandoned. Demons moved in, forcing the people to move out. People still swing by the garage at Hammerhead from time to time, but it usually isn't for repairs. These days it's less of a service station and more of a slayer station, a base for demon hunting. The garage is still open though, one of the few places that is.
So, Sid, he's still alive and kicking?
He's kicking all right, just not as hard as before. He hasn't really been himself lately. At least, not since he moved out to Lestalem. Someone suggested he move the garage there too, but old man Sid wasn't having it. He called it a big fat chocobo turd of an idea. Said it just wouldn't be the same anywhere else. Miss Cindy said she didn't mind either way. So the garage will probably stay put for a while.
Demons are liable to get you.
Ignis's gourmet seafood is about all Sid has left to look forward to. With all the demons prowling around, more folk were getting hurt. Or worse. So Iris talked the Marshal into taking out the demons themselves. Iris the Demon Slayer, they call her. Gladio and the others, they lend him a hand whenever they can. Prompto spends most of his time hunting around Hammerhead. He tries to impress Miss Cindy, but she's already married to her work.
And Ignis?
He hunts too. We tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He said if anything, he's more used to the darkness than we are.
Never got his vision back.
I'm afraid not. But that being said, he gets by pretty well on his own. Gladio and Prompto usually hunt on their own as well. It isn't often you see the 3 of them together nowadays. They still work as a team every once in a while, but each has his own set of tasks to keep him busy.
Is that so?
We've arrived, Your Majesty. Everyone will be so happy to see you. Don't worry. I won't be going anywhere. If you have any other questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
2 cutscene skips here. I'm sorry, just one. Spin the camera, mash X. You basically want to head for that fence. We'll interact with that. And return to Insomnia. We'll have a cutscene skip here. Do not mash through this next area until you get comfortable with the timing. Otherwise, you'll mess up and everything will be painful. 1X, down 2, pungent tofu. Now you can mash. Get ready for your next cutscene skip. It'll be once we've fully loaded into Insomnia. They call Alabama the Crimson Tide, but they call me Deacon Blues. All right, skip, and we're gonna basically just go forward, warp strike. Should be able to pull off 2 here, because we'll be in combat. And aim for that little subway entrance here. This next one, we're in range of battle, so I'll be able to get that second warp strike in. I wait on this second warp strike. I was a little early on it. There we go, it's good enough. We're gonna aim to go between that little stand and the Hopla Mockets. Now, I have a Magitech booster. I'm going to use it. I like to save 1 for Cerberus and 1 for Ahriman. You can just basically keep mashing through this. If you don't have a Magitech booster, you can use an elixir. It's not a big deal. Alright, very important. I'm going to swap to the Sword of the Father, and then we're going to menu. Ascension. Left for techniques. We're going to grab Tech Strike. I honestly don't think we really need, to be honest. I think it's just a waste of time anymore. You grab Regroup. Enhancement, very important. Overwhelm. Change to Igna. Dawn Hammer. Royal Guard. And the important one, change to Gladiolus. Back out to gear. It's a really good album. I'm glad I own it on vinyl. Really good. Noctis. Air Step is going to be swapped for Ragnarok. Axe of the Conqueror is going to come off for the first time in the run. And I go with dual cast Blizzaga. The reason for this is it does more damage than Quint cast. And in case anything happens with Ifrit, it leaves me an extra magic cast. We're going to go... Garnet is going to swap over for Tech Turbocharger. Attire is Exosuit. Attire is Exosuit for Gladiolus. Same thing for Ignis, but we're going to go back up, or you can just do it first. Make sure you put Enhancement on. Easy, right? We're going to swap over to Blizzaga and jump into this cutscene. I'm going to mash circle coming out of it, then swap back to Ragnarok, and I'm just going to start blasting. I'm going to keep an eye on my MP bar here after I get screwed fucking 4 times. Magitech booster before you run out of MP. 1970. I have to check what year my pressing is. It's pretty old though, I tell you. Wow, really bad Ahriman today. They're just all over the place. Sometimes you get screwed like that. It sucks, and you can do about it. Wow, bruv. Alright, combat is over. I'm gonna swap this out for Air Step Sword.
More or less. I've been fought together like... Glad you made it back, Highness.
Glad to be back.
I've got something to show you. Follow
It's a
me.
great album, though.
What brought you back to Insomnia?
We wanted to do what we could.
Walter Becker
to make
and
sure
Donald
everything was in
Fagen.
order. For the day the king returned
I
to reclaim
think I have the
his
correct
rightful
pressing
seat
in
on
my
the throne.
Discogs playlist. There. It's in there somewhere. I just kind of stand out of the way here, so no one gets in the way of core.
We're stationed just up ahead. It's just about the only place.
On the PS5 version, there's a trick you can pull off. I haven't been able to replicate it yet here. Once the door starts to open, cutscene skip, mash X, you're gonna jump forward twice. And then mash here with core. I like to spin the camera around so I can see where I'm going.
A key? Good eye. Perfect.
Once the dialogue is over, take photo, skip. Always try and line up center with these gates. You can warp strike through them. But that camera trick saves you about 4 seconds of just kind of standing around looking like an idiot. Let's work our way back out, abusing as many warp strikes as we can here. Now, PC Cerberus has been a little inconsistent for me, so you're gonna have to learn to read this battle and kind of, you know, deal with it as it comes. Sorry, itchy shoulder. All right. I'm gonna take this other Magitech booster here, and we're just gonna start mashing.
I sense it. He says right. Nice, Iggy. No time to compromise. Yeah, we got work to do.
Basically, just work our way through the town here. And I like setting up a little bit to the left here. Now, right around here, we're gonna do a menu. Here, Air Step is gonna be swapped out for Ragnarok. If you notice, I swapped to Sword of the Father really quick. And then Dual Cast is gonna be swapped for Quint Cast. Goal of this fight is we're gonna try and open with the parry or the block and parry. Warp strike it a couple of times when we need to, either use a Magitech booster or an elixir. Just be very careful that you don't push Cerberus out of the back of the zone, which you can do. It sucks. I like to cast the Blizzara, and while I do that, use enhancement if it's ready to go, because it kind of slows everything down and locks everybody in place, kind of, to ensure that all the hits go off. Phase 1, you want to avoid making Cerberus vulnerable. And then phase 2, you want to try and get it into vulnerable state as quickly as possible. If you can't, whatever, just deal with it. But if you do knock it into vulnerable state in phase 2, swap to Toto and just do jump attacks. You'll just mow through it. Ready? Let's go. I'm going to swap back to Ragnarok and initiate combat here.
You should have let the sleeping dog lie.
See, just completely ignored me. Sucks.
I'm afraid he's already preoccupied.
I have to wait for it to move forward. There we go. It jumped.
Try attacking the beast while
it's in
midair. Stop it from bouncing around.
I have 2 more warp strikes. And then I am out of Magitech boosters because I'm an idiot, so I'll just use an elixir here. I'm gonna try and find a way to target the pause here. Pretty easy. All right, really quickly. After the fight, we're gonna go to gear. Ragnarok is gonna get swapped for Axe the Conqueror. And then we're gonna go to casual outfit, no jacket, or trendy outfit, no jacket. I just do casual because it's quicker. Yeah, Dave Mason. I know you're a huge Dave Mason fan. All right, skip this cutscene. And we're gonna head to the front gate. Make sure to swap to Trident of the Oracle first. And just basically head straight down Main Street. Why are you barking at me? Okay. Now, we're going to revert to the first half of the game, but instead of jumping, we're going to have to run because it's faster. For some reason, jumping is nerfed in this version. Skip the cutscene, move forward, then run.
He's going to bring the heat.
Bam, 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 bam.
Hang in there, buddy. Stay down. We'll keep him busy.
Discogs is your best friend.
Quickly, before he strikes again!
Alright, coming out of this, we're gonna warp strike. Basically what I do is I hold R1 and mash triangle here.
I got your back.
Here you go. Let's go.
Hold forward and circle. Quick jump. I jumped too high. So I screwed up Ifrit. I jumped a little bit too high. That's fine. We still have this. Summon, whatever. The same, you can either do that, which is slower. I jumped too high because the differentiation between PC, PS4, and PS5 is a little bit weird. But if you completely deplete Ifrit's HP bar, it'll just automatically skip to this. So there you go. All right, very, very tricky is this one. First thing I'm gonna do is make sure I have Blizzara selected. I'm gonna wait, and right about here, we're gonna do Muscle Stem. What I am looking for is Ifrit to start its teleportation move. At that point, I will use Enhancement. Oh shit, I forgot that's the thing next to happen. Alright, so I'm basically holding it and just waiting for him. There we go. So the second he does that, use Enhancement, try and read it. And I'm gonna throw this magic. Armiger. And just attack and hope you do enough damage. Looking really good. Okay. HP bar is completely empty. Just start running away. Fire burner. Hold L2. Skip your cutscene. Pretty open and close fight there. What happens if you fuck it up and miss? Well, there's a couple of options. You're gonna get grabbed, which sucks. Chances are, what's gonna happen is you're gonna end up getting scooped by Ifrit. We'll take a second and break this down here. You're gonna get scooped by Ifrit. It sucks.
The grace of the gods is with you always.
And you're gonna probably end up down in this area.
One that I intend to keep.
Or on the other side. What you do, just wait and try again. Literally hold square, you'll dodge everything. Just basically wait until you can either get your magic back up if you used it and didn't get all of it,
10 years and you're still acting
or
like a kid.
if you just got scooped and you didn't get to, just wait until you can recast Enhancement again. Give yourself a second to cool off, reset, make sure Ifrit isn't doing anything weird, and that's, you know, you still have another casting of it, which is good, because if I did it, you know, if I use this Quint cast on Ahriman, we would only have one left, which then means Ardyn becomes a lot trickier. We have to use a different strategy for that. Anyway, what you want to do while that dialogue is going on is you want to be rolling your way up the stairs here, because it's literally the fastest movement you have left at that point. I have Trident selected, so I can go into the menu. We're going to swap Blizzara for Thundara. Tech Turbocharger is now gone for Garnet Bracelet, and then Exosuit. So what we're gonna do on this fight, if for some reason you still have a massive amount of muscle stems, just use muscle stems. But we're gonna do Power EX when this opens up. And we wanna take about 25% of Fierce's HP away. All right. And we wanna try and maintain aggro as much as we can. We want the Fierce to basically attack us and only us. So we can get the counter proper. Skip this cutscene, mash R2, find Power EX down here, and do some jump attacks with the Trident. Right? There we go. That's pretty good. It's right around 70-75%. Alright. I'm basically just going to hold square here to dodge. Now, my shadows are turned off, but basically get under the shadow, parry. Make sure you still have Trident equipped there, otherwise you can't. Then I'm going to swap to this Thundara, cast the Thundara, and we're going to take an Elixir. Swap back to Trident with the Oracle, jump attacks. I do about 3 full jump attacks. Sometimes you can do a little bit more. I just basically want to get it close, and we're going to swap to Gladio here. There's a little bit of dialogue on PC. I forget how I turned it off, but I haven't done it yet. Mash through it, and then circle, you know, do your attacks, whatever. Basically, boom, get your block, and then your parry. On PS5, PS4, this would have gotten double cutscene, just because the dialogue's doubled up.
Forgive me. My mind.
All right, King of Yore, 1 down. We're gonna try and just warp forward. Smash through our dialogue here.
We better keep moving.
Select Thundara.
It's all...
Okay, another big differentiation. On console, Rogue is going to load in front of you. She'll just be chilling. On PC, she loads inside of your party. It's really, really weird. But pretty much the same same technique and strategy is going to apply here. You want to try and hit her with this lightning, use a muscle stem or power EX, and just jump attacks with the trident. You want to stay locked onto her pretty much at all times, and don't let up until either she disappears off screen, which happens occasionally, and you're kind of screwed. It sucks. I'm sorry. Or she'll stop taking damage, which is weird. She'll just kind of like go into this weird phase. Smoke will start coming out of her. At that point, use an elixir and try and menu in your Fyra, and then just continue. All right? So I'll kind of show how this works. I'm lined up in front of the button here.
Bad as we do.
Think the elevator's working?
Huh. Sure looks like it.
He is
Boink.
really taking us.
We're gonna run into the elevator and do a quick turn, basically.
He'll save our legs the walk up.
Hello, thank you. And get ready to skip cutscene.
The throne room waits outside.
Yeah. Then so does Ardyn.
Acting like he owns the place.
It's time to take it all back.
It ends here.
You ready for your cutscene skip here?
Tonight.
And basically mash circle here. So we're gonna mash circle, and then once we get the cast off, we're gonna try and open up our item menu really quick. Looks like a good enough start. Muscle stem. Then immediate. Nope, this is bad. At least she didn't disappear. Positive. Good, we're at least keeping her in space. So we did not get all the damage I wanted. Okay, see right there, she's not taking any more damage. I'm gonna hit this elixir. Here, open slot is gonna go the dual cast Fyra. I'm just gonna wait her out. After this, she can take damage again. So the goal is to follow her around. She's gonna come back, I think. Yep, there she is. And she's gonna start zipping around here, which sucks. Cast the fire, gonna try and keep it on fire. Perfect. Now, sometimes it misses and you have to follow up with the trident. It is what it is. If you can exit this fight with Noctis's last input being on fire, it's perfect. You save yourself a little bit of time with movement because you have more control over the warp strikes down the hall to Mystic. We're gonna swap to Prompto. What I do is you use L1 to target and then R1 to fire while holding it. So you can, if she starts zipping around, you can hold L1, let go, hold L1. It'll track her basically. I'm gonna swap over to the submachine gun. There you go. Just be careful. You only have a certain amount of rounds here. I try not to completely deplete it. If I start getting within like 10 and she's still around, I'll swap the pistol just so I have something to shoot her if she decides to leave the arena again. Circle. And basically, once you make that last input, you can immediately skip cutscene. You don't have to wait for anything. Put in that last triangle and just cutscene skip. Mash triangle again, and because Noct was on fire, we have the perfect range to get through these hallways. As long as you don't do that. So zoom into here, skip your cutscene, immediately cast your fire, and then swap to Ignis. All right? Ignis has a bunch of like, hey, here's how you use the skills. Hello? Damn. Boy couldn't get a PS5. His Kinect fell through, so I'll keep an eye out. Basically, what you're gonna do is then just lock on with fire and just basically mash. That's all we're gonna do. That's it. Just try and keep yourself as close to Mystic as possible. Jump attack for movements to get close. Just keep mashing. We want basically to get total clarity filled up before the end of this fight. There's no reason it shouldn't be. Square, square, circle, circle. We have 2 cutscene skips here, and we're just going to do the same damn thing, okay? We're going to open with fire from Noctis. And then immediately transfer. Oh, Jesus. Immediately swap to Ignis. Now, because both of those magics hit, I'm going to try and get our multiplier up to 3.4 and then use the triangle attack. This is looking pretty good. And then just push it pretty clean. That's it. The only thing to be cognizant about is sometimes Mystic can jump up in the air and be a pain in the butt. Try not to use the triangle attack unless he's on the ground, so they don't miss and you don't whiff all of your damage. This is going to be square, triangle, circle.
You're up, Prompto. My turn. Come on, Iggy. No mercy.
No mercy.
Go knocked. It's over.
You're outnumbered. You have done well.
You have done well.
Once the room loads back in, skip the cutscene. Here, I'm going to apologize if there are any differences from the initial, if there's a rough transition here. Today's date is May 31st. We have just finished the series Relay, and both Ranmaru and Yutamoto have brought some new speedrun tech to the board. So we're going to discuss basically what's going to be the new Ardyn strat. Setup is going to be, let me get back in the game here. Pretty much the same thing that we always do. Point blank warp strike on the ascension tree. And then gear is going to be Ragnarok over Trident. And then whatever your strongest magic is left. I've yet to have a chance to look if Ranmaru's lightning strats are better. I'll have to test it in the coming days. But we're going to put our Blizzara in here. So the goal of this, and I'll have to, again, amend stuff, is that you should have 1 Magitech booster left in order to make sure that you have the most, you're not losing time having to suck down elixirs. I don't have any, so we're just going to kind of do this manually. The goal here is to basically completely skip Ardyn's second phase, which takes a while. Setting up the extended extended damage glitch is also sometimes a little difficult. But the second phase always takes forever, realistically. Even if you get lucky and don't get touched, it's still 15-20 seconds. And normally what happens is we warp strike Ardyn, we set up damage glitch, and then we just kind of stand around twiddling our thumbs. But yeah, we're doing pretty okay today, Carito.
That's the one?
How about you?
No
What's going
backsies?
on? What's going on? All right, so I will basically then take this recording, load it up over to Alphena, and we'll be good to go. You can warp strike through here, no big deal. So we're basically gonna pop a muscle stim before we go, or power EX. I mean, basically it comes down to whatever you have left. Basically the goal is to just do what you can to slam as much damage into Ardyn during this first phase as possible. Implementing prototypes. Nice, dude. Nice, nice.
Let it be done. So you are a king in name alone. I truly...
My hands aren't even warm enough for menuing yet.
10 years. There's nothing to show for it.
Alright, he already healed, so that's his heal phase. Now this remaining health bar right here is how much health he actually has left. I'm pretty darn sure. If y'all want to slow it down and take a look, but his health bar filled back up, which is what happens when you get it below 65%. And this should mean we have like 1 hit left on Ardyn here, because he's pretty much completely dead. Should only be 1 hit here.
Oh, a king at last.
It was not 1 hit, but it's not very much. Way faster. So it looks like, yeah, just keep damaging it until it transfers over to the cutscene. The other thing maybe would have been to put a
when your beloved died, you lay watching.
Put a
Stop it. You think
muscle stem there. But cool, pretty simple, right? Easy.
See, I'm just gonna mash circle out of here. He's gonna stand up and take all of it, so that's totally fine. I'm gonna hold this attack until he does that, and then we'll get him right as he stands up. Keep mashing. Your last input and timer end is the input after the shield. So, not yet, and time. That's it. Here's the run. I have no idea, probably 5-hour-ish tutorial. 5 hours, 15 minutes. Pretty decent, right? So, I've been Kios Little Monster. You can find me on Twitter at the same name, at Discord, Kios Little Monster, number 1313, and on Twitch. So, there's that. If you have any questions, hopefully this was informative.
Will you do?
I have no idea when this will actually be up on YouTube. It's going to depend on Alphena.
Erase me from history once more.
But yeah, I guess we have any questions. Now's a good time to ask them if I didn't cover anything, if there's still any lingering thoughts you have.
Close your eyes.
Now is the time.
Forevermore.
I will await you in the beyond.
So you absolutely need a muscle stimulant for Ifrit. Okay? So if for, yo, what's up, Waspy? So if you only have one, like,
so this is farewell.
Only one before you get to Ravis,
yeah.
Don't use any. Use Power EX. You absolutely cannot do the Ifrit fight without a muscle stimulant. Your damage will be way too low. If you have extras, prioritize using one on Rogue. The reason my strategy for Rogue works is because we do enough damage that we skip a phase where she disappears. That's the goal, is to push her past the phase where she jumps off the arena and push her into that invulnerable state that she does. And she'll jump out of the arena, but immediately jump back in. After that, you can use a muscle stim on Fierce,
Godspeed.
but it's not worth using one on Mystic because it doesn't matter at all. It's just a waste. Using anything on Ardyn is also just a waste. Yeah. As long as you leave chapter 13 with at least one or Ifrit, that's all you need.
Not a problem. Anything else? You don't have to hit this button. That's why we stop the timer when we do. So, one last thing before we call it. If you PB and you plan on submitting to these leaderboards that I moderate,
Not exactly a fairy tale beginning.
there are two rules.
Prince Noctis?
One,
We let ourselves get
don't
carried
cheat.
away.
Don't be an asshole. You're only cheating yourself. You're not helping the
Let's just
community.
hope this isn't some omen.
Number two,
Gladio, do me a favor.
you have to
What?
sing.
Push this thing
Stand by
yourself.
me.
All by myself?
You won't
It's
even
it's
notice
not a
if you
question.
just let go.
If you do not
Prompto,
sing
don't
in your
even
PB,
think about
I
it.
will not
Save
approve
some
it.
breath for
Period.
pushing.
Ignis, come on, time
That's
to
it.
switch.
You have to sing the song.
We just switched back there.
I don't care what you say. I don't care if you can't sing. Guess what? Doesn't matter. Gotta sing. Anyway, I'm gonna mute it so it doesn't cause any issues with this, but seeing as no one really has any questions, I guess we'll call the tutorial here. Yeah, absolutely.